We are good. So, hello and welcome to May the Review Be With You's first live show. Hoping any of you joining us now and or later are in for a treat. It's May the Review Be With You with Nick and Joe. I'm Joe.
I'm Nick, and welcome everyone. Today we are talking about the infamous One Piece. Joe, notorious One Piece fan, super fan, some might say, as you can tell by what he's got going on. I have seen maybe 20 episodes. I've seen maybe 3 episodes of the live action. I don't understand the hype. It's a lot to watch. And to my understanding, nobody knows what the One Piece is, and they still haven't found it 1,000 episodes in, which sounds insane to me. But today we are going to do our best to listen to what Joe has to say, get a rundown of One Piece. He's going to explain everything there is to know. He's got notes, like 13 pages worth. I've got them all here. I'm going to take notes. My hope is that by the end of this, we actually find the One Piece. And then that way I don't even have to watch the show. So anyway, Joe,
We'll see. Yeah, so I just want to make it clear. My goal today is not to find the One Piece, and I will make that exactly clear as to why I don't care if we ever find the One Piece. I will articulate that later. No, my goal today is to convince my very good friend, my co-host, my confidant here, that One Piece is not only worth the time and investment. You'll end up wishing there was more. And the fact that the idea that One Piece could end one day is such a crushing idea. But in any case, yeah, we're talking about One Piece today. One Piece has consumed my life for the last 9 years. I'll get into why I jumped on board, but right now, I feel like here in the West, we were pretty late to catch up on One Piece. And I have thoughts about why that is, but like I guess really getting into why we're suddenly talking about One Piece now, One Piece is everywhere. It's freaking everywhere, Nick. Nick, I'm curious because I'm someone who looks for One Piece, right? So I see it in lots of other spaces that aren't anime or manga, right?
Mhm.
I'm curious if you've seen One Piece in your life where you don't look for it and it just kind of emerges. Does that happen to you?
Um, I'd say yes. It's a little tough
Mhm.
to pick out too many things because obviously I haven't seen it. So I'll say that the hat you're wearing, Mr. Straw Hat, I believe is what it is. That shows up in places. That's pretty iconic at this point. I recognize that the pirate symbol, that or the flag, if you will. Although not sure that's more famous because of Pirates of the Caribbean. Anyway, that I see. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Joe's about to go off on me. Um,
Yeah, I'm holding
I,
myself back.
I've seen that. I think there was one point, maybe a couple years ago, where there was like the One Piece flag, or maybe not the One Piece flag, or the pirate flag from One Piece, made it into
Jolly
some like,
Roger. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, the Jolly Roger. Thank you. Made it into some like protests and things, which is like wild. That's like, there you go.
It is still happening. That is
It's still
still
happening.
happening.
Cool. So
That is
that's
happening
probably,
around the world.
yeah, that's where I've seen it. I will say the last maybe 2 weeks since we started talking about doing this particular live stream, and also I think paired with the live action coming out with season 2 here, most recently, um, it's all over my Instagram feed. All it is One Piece content, and it's most of it I don't understand, because I haven't wasted my good life yet watching it. But anyway, Joe.
Yet. I like that you put yet in there.
Yeah,
Open
it's
to some possibilities, I see.
probably inevitable.
Okay.
It might be inevitable after this. You're pretty good. You're a pretty good convincer of things. So, and this is a pretty well prepared document of 13 pages of things we need to talk about. So,
This will be my hardest sell because I think a lot of people at least in the millennial generation, maybe are peripherally aware of One Piece and like the fact that yes, it is a pirate cartoon, right? But many that I've spoken to are like, I don't have time for 1,000 episodes. To which I say, Nanny, you have definitely seen 1,000 episodes of TV throughout your life. What's 1,000 more? And best part, when you watch a show for a long time and you're like, oh man, I'm so sad it's over. I missed the character. Great news! One Piece will never end. You can hang out with these characters forever. At least that's what I hope.
Joe, yeah, this
In
is my
any
biggest
case,
problem. If One Piece never ends, that means you never find it.
here's the thing: you won't care. um, But all right, I do want to get into just for a quick second here, like why in the last like 5 years have we started seeing One Piece like in so many other places, right? What I was referencing, and Nick, I'm surprised that, and maybe this just happens to me because I go and look for this stuff. I have seen One Piece show up in places that you typically do not see anime and manga. For example, baseball games or basketball games have begun partnering with One Piece. Teams over in Los Angeles will have partnered with One Piece, whether they're playing the freaking theme song of One Piece on like organ pipes during a baseball game, or they have a cartoon of Luffy playing with the LA Lakers, and he's just murking people left and right as he's like dunking. It's awesome. It's crazy. Olympians, when they have gotten their gold medals, have taken certain iconic One Piece poses, like this one over here. I've seen a couple of Olympians when they get to the post, they are clearly doing the Luffy laugh. There's a bunch of others that are clearly Luffy and some other very well recognized poses. The Frankie Super, for anyone who sees this and knows exactly what I'm talking about. It is iconic. You know exactly where it's from. There's no mistaking it. Football players reference One Piece. It's in places that you don't expect, like we talked about. Revolutions, real revolutions around the world are using the Jolly Roger to inspire revolution in their country, which I have mixed feelings about. Not that I don't want those people to find revolution. I just love that this silly pirate cartoon, and it is silly at its core. It's a silly pirate cartoon. I love that it can inspire so many people. And it has been around the world for a long time. Here in the West, we were a little slow to it. That's not our fault. Well, not us as millennials. It was the translators. It was 4Kids' fault, or not 4Kids. I forgot who was doing the original dub back in the 90s and then early 2000s. But they did silly things like replacing guns with spring-loaded boots. And all sorts of stuff. Instead of cigarettes, they're smoking lollipops. It didn't make any sense, the censorship back then, and I think it really killed One Piece in the West, but it did catch up here. We've been talking about it a lot more in the last 5 years. I think the Netflix live action version that you were talking about has a lot to do with that. I think people could watch it and be like, oh, it's not so silly, right? And they're like, oh, okay, I can watch this without watching a cartoon. And that's cool. I think there's also buzz about the fact that One Piece, even though it's been around for a long time, according to Oda, Eiichiro Oda, the author, and we'll get to him in a second, we are entering the final saga of One Piece. And I think that's convinced a lot of people, hey, maybe I should jump on board. Nick, you look like you got a question. What's up?
So earlier you said the One Piece will never end.
I don't want it to end.
But we're entering the final
that
saga.
was mostly a joke. That was mostly a joke. Yeah, we are in the final saga.
Okay, so how many sagas is 1,000 episodes?
Oh my gosh. So that's tough for me to count right off the bat because the story is divided into arcs. And then a saga contains like a few different arcs. So like for example, the first saga is the East Blue Saga. This is the first ocean that Luffy and a handful of his crew comes from. And in that saga, I think you have like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think you got 6 arcs in that saga.
Jesus, okay.
And in anime terms, that's about 100 episodes, which like is crazy because they haven't even gotten into the ocean lane that they need to get to, which is called the Grand Line. Again, we'll get there.
Okay.
To actually start the treasure hunt. So, like, for the first 100 episodes, they haven't actually really truly started it. I might have that number wrong. It might be closer to about 80 episodes, but yeah,
okay,
go ahead.
But do they enter that official treasure hunt after the first 80 to 100 episodes, or are we still not there?
No. They are in the race at that point.
Okay.
And it is a race to try and find this thing.
Okay.
Along the way, they get sucked into other conflicts.
Okay.
that some are important overall for the story, others
So,
for personal character growth.
but basically, pretty quickly, because I've seen the first like 20 episodes, as mentioned previously.
Yes.
Pretty quickly, you're like, okay, they want to look for this One Piece treasure. So you're telling me that it's going to take 80 to 100 episodes for that to technically officially begin.
To actually start the true hunt, yes.
This is
Yes,
insane.
it does take some time
So I
for
should
them
just
to get
start
to that
at
point.
episode 100 and then go from there. What's the point of the 100
No,
episodes before?
no. Terrible move. Terrible move. And actually, as I'm saying this out loud, I'm actually pretty sure that they enter the Grand Line at around episode 60. Now that I'm really thinking about it, I believe it's episode 60. Episode 100 is like when they are approaching a certain country. My mistake on that. Still, it's 60 episodes, to your point, right? Why should you even care? Why shouldn't I just start at episode 60? You certainly could. But Nick, it's about the journey, all right? It's all about the journey.
Speaking of the journey, is that is that just what the One Piece is, Joe? Is it just journey? Am I getting ahead of you here?
We actually you are getting ahead of me here. And we have been promised that is not the case, and we have reason to believe this promise. We really do have reason to believe it. It does not seem empty. There are reasons we can point to in the story itself that make us believe, yeah, no, he's on to something here. So let's talk about the man of the hour, the author known as Eiichiro Oda, before we talk about what is One Piece. Just got done talking about why it's becoming part of the Western zeitgeist so much right now.
Mhm.
People getting excited about the end. People getting excited about the live action, right? The man behind the curtain, Eiichiro Oda. He's a manga creator. He's a manga author in Japan. He's from Kumamoto, Japan. Why is that important? Let me tell you why that's important, Nick. Kumamoto, Japan loves Eiichiro Oda so goddamn much, all right? If you go to Kumamoto, Japan, you will find golden statues of all of the One Piece characters scattered throughout the entire city. And you're supposed to go out and find them like a little treasure hunt, which I think is really cool. Why did they do that, Nick? I'll tell you why they did that. It's not just capitalizing on a fantastic merchandise and tourist destination. It's not just for merchandising, even though it totally is. But they did it to honor the man. And the man is pretty freaking cool. Right. So he's when this certain incident happens, Eiichiro Oda has already been established as a famous and very rich manga author at this point. Japan went through a pretty awful earthquake. I want to say it was before 2018. I think it's between 2015 and 2018. Can't remember exactly the year. Awful earthquake, devastating, absolutely wreaked havoc over the city. Eiichiro Oda is a billionaire by this point, and that man came in there with like $400 million that he just like on his own behalf just said, that's my city. I have to help. I have to help them. That city freaking loves him. And I think he was responsible for like something like 60 to like 70% of the recovery, and an obscene number. So Eiichiro Oda confirmed,
Awesome
like, cool dude, awesome guy. He's like, my people need my help. I'm gonna help my people. Very cool guy. Eiichiro Oda, he gets his start back in like '97 with a I think it was called Monsters. Monsters was a one-shot manga that he submitted for a contest, and he ended up winning at the age of 17. Pretty cool. That's what gets him started in the manga industry at a pretty young age. He ends up working as an assistant for a show you may remember, Nick. Nick, do you remember Rurouni Kenshin?
Oh, great show. Great show.
Great show. Great show. Awesome show. Not nearly as long as One Piece either. It's watchable, according to Nick.
Yes, extremely.
Yeah, he worked as a character assistant on that show.
Really? That's cool.
Yeah, he was responsible for a handful of the designs on that show. It's very cool.
Very cool.
Eventually, he gets his shot at creating a small pirate one-chapter manga. It's called Romance Dawn. And pirates, he always thought pirates were just really cool. As a kid, there was a Norwegian cartoon that he was obsessed with. It's called Vicky the Viking. And it's just about a little kid that hung out with Viking dudes who just went sailing all over the place and having a bunch of misadventures. And he thought that was awesome. He thought, wow, those guys, they're totally untethered. They're free. They get to do whatever they want. That looks like fun. So I wanted to do that. So he creates Romance Dawn. We get to see the early beginnings of One Piece in this manga. Monkey D. Luffy's in this.
Really?
Nami is also featured in it. We see Luffy's grandpa, which is fascinating because we don't see in actual proper One Piece, we don't see Luffy's grandpa for a long time, right? I think he makes two different prototype One Pieces, Romance Dawn, before finally we get Chapter 1, One Piece. What is One Piece, you might ask? Nick, I'm curious. When you were a kid, do you remember seeing One Piece on Toonami?
On TV?
Yeah. Like, do you ever remember it popping up?
No, the first time I ever heard of One Piece was from you.
That's wild. Like, it's like in our 20s, you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh man, so you don't know about like the infamous like One Piece rap?
No, I don't know any of this.
Oh my gosh, we might get flagged for playing it, but we're gonna play it at some point because it is worth it. It is worth listening to the One Piece rap. It was a mistake. We all agree it was a mistake. It is now a beloved part of the history, and it was America's attempt to try and take something that they thought might have been goofy, too goofy for kids, try and make it cool, as if it needed help. One Piece is a story about a lot of things. It's a story about freedom. It's about dreams, and it's about being able to pursue your own goals. It's about the idea of inherited will, which is something that I'm obsessed with in this show. I love that idea that you could pass on something to someone else, and through that passing on, your spirit continues to live on. That's a huge theme in One Piece, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, One Piece starts out with a death. It starts out with the death of the King of the Pirates. Nick, do you know about this? Do you remember this?
So this I remember because I just watched like the first episode of the live action recently. Which really quickly, the cool thing there was I remembered it's like pretty much spot on with the first episode of the anime. At least that's how my brain remembered it. I thought that was kind of cool that they just pretty much like did the same thing. But so I know who you're talking about, and I know like he basically, that he dies, and before he dies, he like, basically tells the world that they want his treasure, they can go find it or whatever.
Yeah, basically correct. We are talking about Gold Roger. I've got my One Piece first volume right here. Gold Roger, King of the Pirates, is captured by the world government and is put on an execution platform to be killed in front of the world because he achieved everything. He achieved wealth, fame, and power. But before he died, he told the world, if you want my treasure, you can go and get it. I left everything in that place. Very interestingly, he actually never says the word One Piece or the phrase One Piece. The narrator brings this up later, that this would start the Great Pirate Era. And from the Great Pirate Era, everyone was in search of the One Piece so that they could become the Pirate King and become or achieve their dreams, make their dreams come true. If you become Pirate King, your dream will come true, whatever that may be, right? So that's basically where our story kicks off, right? We get to meet. Oh yeah, what's up? Question, please, in the back.
It's very intriguing that he never says One Piece. So,
ooh, yeah, it is. It is. There are. Yeah, go ahead.
Really quick,
yeah.
He's specifically what his words are. What? My treasure. If you want it, you can have it. Is that exactly what he says?
My treasure. If you want it, go and find it. I left everything in that place.
In that place. So then, but he never. So he just says that place.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone else just assumes that gave that place a name and called it One Piece, or is One Piece the whole thing?
So this is a great question. So it's a little unclear. It's a little unclear where the phrase One Piece comes from, because the narrator is the person. The narrator, by the way, also a huge mystery as to who the narrator of the story is. There's so many mysteries, Nick. Oh my gosh.
I was just gonna ask. My follow-up question was gonna be, who's the narrator? We don't know that either. Okay.
We do not know, but the narrator is definitely a character in the story because they are telling us the story as if everything that we are watching and that we are reading has already happened.
Okay.
So like we are watching a story that is already taking place, at least from the perspective of the narrator.
Okay. Okay, so One Piece, we don't know where it came from. We don't know who the narrator is. Don't know narrator. I'm taking notes, guys. I'm gonna find the damn One Piece before this live stream's over. Like, I've never even seen the show. That's how easy this is gonna be. Okay, here we go. Yeah. So we don't know who came up with it. The name One Piece. We don't know who the narrator is. We don't know what One Piece reference is technically referencing. We don't know if One Piece means the location. We don't know if One Piece means the treasure. We don't know if One Piece is just a general term for the whole thing. Technically,
Yeah, I think those are all actually fair assumptions. We have no idea what the One Piece is. There's no indicator as to what it is. We only know a couple things really about it. We learn later down the line. We get to observe that Gold Roger and his crew, when they arrived at the final island, and I'll explain what that means in a second. When they arrived at the final island, where presumably the One Piece is, they got there and they laughed. They looked at it and they laughed and they walked away from it. And Roger said, "We were here too early." And he walks away. We don't know what that means at this current point in time. And granted, that's not something that he says at the execution platform. That's just something that we learn down the line.
Do that. Tell me that again. You got to run that by me again.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, so if you want to find the One Piece, we know that you have to go to a place in the ocean called the Grand Line. The Grand Line is a dangerous ocean that you got to traverse across the world through, and you have to navigate through a chain of islands. Once you get to the final island, Roger got there. He's the only person who's ever done it. He gets to the island and he finds the One Piece and he looks at it and he laughed. And he says, "We were here too early." To this day, nobody knows why he laughed. Nobody knows why he was there too early.
So
sorry, go ahead.
This particular part of the story, this is like a flashback to before Roger then assumingly goes back to that place at the right time.
So Roger, yeah. So we learned that through a flashback that Roger, and the narrator tells us that he laughed. But we hear Roger say, "I was here too early."
Right. But that implies that. But just the fact that he did become king of the pirates and had the treasure and all these things implies that he went back at a later point when whatever it is was ready.
Great question. No, by simply going to the final island and learning whatever it is that he learned, this was enough for him to be declared king of the pirates. There is a person who declares you king. There is someone who actually is responsible for this. His name is Big News Morgans, and he is responsible for, you see the bounty behind me? He's responsible for these bounty posters. He's responsible for all of the news in all of the world. And he loves media sensation. Yeah, he freaking loves it. Gold Roger did not declare himself king of the pirates, but when he gets to the final island and learns whatever's going on, that was enough for Big News Morgan to say, "This man is king of the pirates. He's the most dangerous man in the world."
This is so interesting, okay? Because king of the pirates, Mr. Roger.
Mr. Roger.
Whatever you guys want to call him.
Put some respect on that sauce, all right? Captain Roger.
I apologize. Captain Roger. Clearly you've earned it by getting to the One Piece too early. So in this case, he's named King of the Pirates because there's this person that you just described that's declared him King of the Pirates because he was basically the first and only person to make it through the Grand Line and get to the final island. And then he made it to what we are calling the One Piece, right? And it was too early. But because he made it there, he made it through the most dangerous thing. He's the king of the pirates and essentially king of, had fame and riches come to him because he made it there through this dangerous journey. But he also technically then has never set his eyes on the One Piece after it was written.
That, yes, correct. Yeah, because shortly after, that's when he is captured by the world government, and because he did all of these things, because he became king of the pirates and gained so much influence, they put him to death. So yes, to answer your question, he is not around for we presume that we are approaching the right time to find the One Piece. We don't know why. There is a specific time on it, but the promised day is approaching. We know that is happening in the final saga right now.
Okay. This is very interesting. All right, continue. What's next?
Yeah. Well, like I think it's very interesting too. Before we go to what's next, because and we'll get into the many theories as to what the One Piece is. There are some solid theories out there, but the reason why I want to bring this up right now is because of what we just talked about Roger. And like I said, there are some solid theories out there. The one thing that Oda did with presenting us this information that throws all of those theories, in my opinion, most of those theories, into the trash is why did Roger laugh? None of the theories explain why Roger laughed. We presume that there was just whoever brought the One Piece there left a message. We don't know. We have no idea. But it's very important. The idea of laughing and smiles is actually very important to this story in general.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
But we don't know. We don't know why he laughed. We don't know
why he laughed. We don't know.
Have you guys seen but in this flashback you didn't see anything, right? You just saw his reaction essentially?
That's right. Yeah, in this flashback, we don't get to see anything. It's basically like the camera is like whatever they're looking at, it's behind the camera. And like we just see like them laughing toward the camera.
Have we been back to this island at all in a flashback or flash forward at all since?
No one has ever been able to get back. And we also don't know why that is either. Why this island is so hard to get to. We sort of know why. Like there's certain things about the world that make finding this island challenging. Okay. But as to why you have to be there at a certain time, we don't know why that is. But like I said, it is fastly approaching, apparently.
This is the final, and we know for sure that the final saga is actually coming, and we're going to get an answer.
We know for a fact that we are in the final saga right now. As for how many arcs there are in the final saga, that we do not know. We trust Oda with a lot of things. One thing we do not trust Oda with is when he gives us a time. When he tells us this is going to be over in a few years, we do not trust that ever. I think back in 2020, it was 2020, I think, Oda was quoted as to saying, One Piece will be over in 5 years. That was in 2020. We are now currently in 2026, and only recently, in the last year or so, did we enter the final saga. It is presumed that maybe this was a mistranslation, and that he was going to say, or that he actually meant, we are entering the final saga in 5 years. I think that might be giving him a little bit too much credit. I think he may have truly believed that One Piece would be done by now. One thing we love about Oda is how much time he spends with developing characters. We do love this. Yeah. I think some people get frustrated because they're just like, let's move on. Like, let's do other things. But one of the reasons why people love this story so much is because of how rich the world building and the characters are. There's just so much time that we get to spend with them, and that's very cool. And sometimes Oda gets a little lost in the weeds developing a lot of these characters.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just looking at your notes here, character-wise, like...
Sure.
Right, like become king of the pirates.
Yeah, we're kind of jumping all over the place right now.
What does it mean to become king of the pirates?
Oh, yes. Okay, great question. So it really depends on who you're talking to. So King of the Pirates is basically like a vehicle for whatever your dream is, right? So for Luffy, Monkey D. Luffy, which we haven't really even explained who that is. We'll get into that. For Monkey D. Luffy, our main character, for him it means to become the most free man in the world. Free of responsibility, free of government, free of everything. You can go and do whatever you please. For other contenders, it would mean getting all of the wealth in the world or becoming the most powerful person in the world. These things do not interest our main character. Our main character is just a goofy boy who just wants to have a good time. But again, we can get more into Monkey D. Luffy in a little bit here. Going back on time, Oda, how infamously bad he is with it.
Mm-hmm.
One Piece was originally planned to be a 5-year story. This started in 97. It is now the year 2026, and One Piece is still going hard. And you know what I find amazing about that is One Piece has only gotten not only more popular through the years, in my opinion, and some people, this is a very divisive thing that what I'm about to say. One Piece has only gotten better through the years. One Piece is divided into 2 sections. There's the pre-time skip and the post-time skip. Some people say that the pre-time skip was the golden era, that everything was better back then. I think these people, I understand where they're coming from. I really, really do. I think you might be romanticizing the past a little bit too much. It was more fun. It was more fun in the pre-time skip, is basically what they're saying.
Why?
In the pre-time skip, we got a lot more jokes.
What time
I think
skip?
Oda
What
was.
do you mean by time skip?
Yeah. So when the story starts, Luffy, basically the first 60 episodes that we're talking about, right? He's putting his crew together, and then from that point, he traverses the Grand Line. When he's traversing the Grand Line, he gets to a certain point, about halfway. He gets to the halfway point of the Grand Line.
Okay.
A lot of stuff happens at this point. The crew, basically, not by their own will, the crew breaks up. And when that happens, there's kind of a pause in Luffy's story where he trains himself for 2 years. And we don't really see a lot of what happens in that period. So it's known as the time skip.
Okay.
Post-time skip is we're on the other side, we're on the other half, and we are continuing our journey toward the One Piece.
Okay, so pre and post 2-year training session, basically.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right.
So here's my question. So we know for a fact that it's like a 2-year period. Is there like a clear thing that's like 2 years later or something like that?
Yeah, no, that's clearly established that it is a 2-year period.
So how many years pass between the beginning and the start of that 2-year period in the actual world?
Ooh, great question. I believe there's actually some simple math on this because of one character's age. I believe it's about 19 to 20 years between Gold Roger's death and when Luffy starts his journey. I believe it's about 20. For some reason, the number 22 is flashing through my head. I don't know. If you guys know the answer, I believe it's somewhere between 19 to 22 years. I'm basing that off of the character Ace and his age. There's a very specific reason for that.
So do you know from like the start until where we are right now, how many years, roughly?
Oh, like when Gold Roger died to where we are at this exact moment?
Yeah. In the show.
So let's say I'm right and it's 20 years. The answer to your question is 22 years. So I love One Piece with all my dear heart. There are some things about One Piece that I call BS on, and you just tapped on one of those things. You just tapped on it.
Ha!
Yeah. All right. So you can make fun of this because this is BS. All right. So the pre-time skip story, when Luffy starts his journey to right before the 2-year time skip, right? We are told by Oda, and to just put a number on this, Nick, I want to say it's about 500 episodes in the anime. I'm not sure how many chapters of the manga that is. I want to say roughly about 450, maybe somewhere between 450 to 600, roughly, right? We are told by Oda that this is a 2-month period, that all of this happens, all these sagas, all these arcs, all this traversing of the ocean happens in 2 months.
From start to time skip.
From start to time, yeah, from the moment Luffy goes off on his own in his little dinghy boat till the time skip is 2 months. There is not a One Piece fan alive that believes this. Because like there's just no way. There's no freaking way.
Well,
we have been told by Oda that this is not planet Earth, that this is a much bigger planet, and time is slower on this planet. That there are more hours in the day on this planet, which is known as Blue Star. The planet is Blue Star.
Before you tell me how much time has passed between the post time skip and now, all I have to say is right now it's looking a lot like Oda's in 1997 saying that this is a 5-year story. It sounds a lot like Oda's talking in One Piece time. So I'm going to be very interested to see what your estimation is from time skip until now, because if that's nowhere close to 5 years, all y'all are fucking screwed, man. You're never going to get the ending to this. Anyway, as you were, give me the answer.
So post time skip, where we are right now, I believe it has been 2.5 months. I think we're close to 3 months, is what we've been told. There might be another sort of time skip happening. Interestingly, we don't know this for sure. It is theorized another time skip is coming up.
Hold on. Time skip
from a different perspective.
Post time skip until now is how many?
Almost 3 months.
Jesus. So really, what I'm looking at what 2.5 years of is the story. If we include the 2 years that we don't see, that we know exist, that Luffy's training.
2.5 years.
Then if we include that, then so far we're only 2.5 years into what Oda said in 1997 was a 5-year story. And if he was going by One Piece time, based on the One Piece world, then there's still 2.5 years left, which means there's another like 1,000 episodes left.
So you'll like this. There is a joke in the community that when the One Piece is found, that this will kick off the second half of the story, known as Two Piece. So this very well could back that up. this idea of 2.5 years in real time, right? He meant 5 years in real time of the story. I do not believe that is true.
Time travel device. That would be great. That would be fantastic.
There is time travel in One Piece. There is time travel in One Piece. It is not what you were thinking, because I think when this was first told to us as fans that there was time travel, everyone rolled their eyes and was like, "Please God, no! Please God, don't do this." Oda has been very strict on his time travel and exactly how it works. And as far as like a science fiction like writing, or a science fiction writer, I think he's been fairly responsible with how he has used this. It kind of reminds me of like you and I, we've reviewed a lot of time travel. You and I talked about The Prisoner of Azkaban, and as far as that movie goes, and keeping the time turner to just that movie and that book, it's fairly like hard laws. Like the time travel works out pretty well in that movie, in that book. I keep saying movie. I would say the laws of this are even stricter, even tighter. That's good. I'll get into it later. It's one character, and they can only travel into the future. They can't go back. This is important because this is a character who met Gold Roger at some point.
I was gonna say, like, my first question is like, has he ever met Gold Roger? And do you have to be in the location to travel to the future, or can you travel to the future to any location? Like, in theory, could Gold Roger take this guy to the final island
the right time,
and then time travel into the future so that the One Piece is ready?
This is a great question that I've actually never thought about. So I believe, here's the thing. So 2 things on that. The first would be, to answer that first question, you do not have to go to a place. You do not have to be in the place. You can send them to another place in space, right? In space and time. You can send them somewhere else. We know that for a fact. To answer your question, why can't that character just do that? Right? That's a great question, and I don't have an answer for, only because that character, I'm pretty sure, I'm fairly sure that character. So that character meets Odin, or sorry, Odin. That's who that person is married to. Um, met Gold Roger, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure she was with the crew when they found the One Piece. I'm fairly certain of that. I could be wrong, depending on like the time that she was with them. I don't think I am though. In any case, why not just take him to the right time? I do not have an exact answer for that, but Roger knew that it couldn't be him, that it was supposed to be somebody else who's supposed to find it. Now, Roger was convinced that it was his son. He was like, I bet it's my son who's the right person for the right time. But again, that's another conversation. So, like, whatever it is, it's not just that it was the wrong time. Roger also knew he wasn't the right person.
Oh, this is stressful. All right. How do you guys watched 1,000 episodes of this? We're 40 minutes into what's probably going to be a 5-hour live stream, and I'm stressed the hell out just from everything you're telling me. This is insane. You guys are insane human beings for watching this freaking show. This is unbelievable behavior.
Oh god, it's you know what's fascinating, Nick, is we haven't even like talked about why people like this show, really. Like we haven't even talked about that. Because like this is all mystery, right? And like this is important, right? It's the reason why we're going on this journey, but it's not why people love this story, I would argue. Or at least not the total.
So King of the Pirates not only gets to the final island too early, but he also knows that he is not the person that should possess the One Piece.
That's correct, yeah.
Man, that's crazy.
Right, to spend your entire life trying to get there, and then you get there and you find out, well, hot damn, I'm too early, and apparently it's meant for someone else.
If it's just like an incredible like sacrifice, or if it doesn't really matter because he became king of the pirates, and if that's all he wanted, then he's fulfilled and he can just leave with whatever it is for someone else.
Roger is a fun character. We have actually learned very recently that Roger was a silly boy, a lot like Luffy. And while we don't know why he went in search of the One Piece, there's a lot about Roger we don't know yet. And Oda's been playing this really close to the chest.
I have to ask this question. It's probably ridiculous, sure. But since time travel exists in One Piece, which is pretty cool actually to find that out. I don't think you ever told me that. I feel like if you would have just told me that there was time travel in One Piece, I would have just been like, okay, sure, I'll watch it. But you never thought of that.
I would never be such a bad friend as to mislead you with that, because like you would not see the time travel for a long time.
And you can only, but you said you can only time travel to the future, right?
That's right. You can't go back.
So there's no possibility that Luffy is Roger, essentially. That's not possible.
No, none. People have theorized that. There was a point in time where people thought maybe Luffy is Roger, or he's the spirit of Roger, right? Or something, right? The reincarnation of Roger, something like that.
Joe, I don't know if you can, Joe, I don't think you can see the chat, but this comment is, I'm sure you feel the same way. I'm sure you feel the same way. And if you click the chat box below, you'll be able to start following along. But
yeah.
RX3 _RRR goes, One Piece is hatred, love, happiness, wealth, fame, power, thrill, sadness, drama, comedy, romance, sometimes sus. So it's literally everything.
Yes. Yeah, he's whoever this person is, thank you for that comment. You are absolutely correct. It is literally everything.
Incredible.
And sus is such a great word to add in there. At times, very sus.
Sometimes sus. Yeah, sometimes sus. Oh my goodness. All right.
I love that.
That threw me off, but that was too good not to call out loud. I love that. Okay. So obviously we ruled out this stupid thing I said about Luffy and Roger, because Luffy being Roger, because time travel doesn't work that way in One Piece. Anyway, where do you want to go next?
So we spent a lot of time talking about Roger, more time talking about Roger than I actually thought we were. And Roger is super interesting for a lot of reasons. You have something? Yeah, what's up?
Well, he's just very important, and we don't know certain things that I feel like...
We don't know a lot about him.
by design, because if we knew too much, then we would know the answers probably that we're looking for. So, dude, I'm hung up on the damn. We've only One Piece in One Piece time. It's only been 2.5 years. That's crazy. I'm not kidding. You guys are screwed. Like,
Yeah.
there's another 1,000
No.
episodes. Like, unless there's
So
another time skip, like you said, there might be another time skip.
yeah, there might be, but there might be another time skip, but not in the same way that we experienced the time skip the first time. So right now they're an island called Elbaf in the current manga chapters.
Okay.
Elbaf is an island of giants, right? And
Of course.
this island rules, for the record. It's so cool. But we are told by the not the narrator. There's a famous historian in One Piece that we've come across every once in a while. We'll see notes from this historian. And the historian, we see a note from them, I think after they've been on Elbaf for like a hot minute. The historian says, Elbaf it's a magical and wonderful place, but a warning to those who visit, do not stay long. And we don't know why you're not supposed to stay there long.
Huh.
The current running idea is that time works differently on Elbaf, and that it might move slower on Elbaf. So Oda's really great at giving us updates about what's going on in the world when Luffy and the gang are doing something, right?
Okay.
This is another reason why people love One Piece, because the world is alive. While Luffy is doing something, things are still happening in the world, right? The world doesn't just stop for Luffy and the gang to do their plot, right?
And the narrator tells you this as things are going on?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
right. Yeah, the
you
narrator
don't
takes
see
us
it.
to other places.
Got it.
No, we do.
You don't.
No,
Oh,
we
you
do
do?
get to see it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we get to go to other places while Luffy and the gang are doing something, and we get to see other things. I bring that up because this is one of the few islands where we have gotten zero updates. I think there was one. There was one update that we got about one place in the world, but we haven't seen anything else really going on in the world, which has added to the idea that perhaps a lot more time outside of this island has gone by.
Or
So we're not sure. We don't know for sure yet, but that's the current running theory.
yeah, I was gonna say, or time's not moving at all, but then that would really kind of that wouldn't
No, time's moving.
that wouldn't make sense, because then it wouldn't. You could stay as long as you wanted, I guess, in that
Right.
sense. So,
Yeah, there appears to be some sort of punishment or some kind of consequence of staying on Elbaf too long.
my initial thought is the consequence could also just be that you turn into a giant, which then would make it very difficult
So that's
to move on.
yeah.
with
The
your
Giants
life.
actually play a huge yeah, right. The Giants play a huge role in the story, and we're not exactly sure what the full significance of it is yet. We know it has something to do with the One Piece for the reasons, again, I'll get into later. There's so much, Nick. There's one more thing on Roger though that I wanted to leave you with. Something that's really important. And for those of you who have been listening to me call him Gold Roger this entire time, and if you haven't said anything mean about me in the comments, I really appreciate your patience. I really, really do. So Nick, it is revealed. I don't remember exactly what point. I think it's when they get to Logtown, which is really the beginning of someone going to the Grand Line. It is revealed that his name is not Gold Roger. His name is Gol, Gol, Gol D Roger. And the D has been misinfluenced as gold this entire time. Now, the D should sound familiar, right? Because our main character is Monkey D. Luffy. The letter D, the initial D, is very mysterious because there are characters that we meet throughout this journey who have the initial D in their name. And they're not necessarily, some of them are blood related, some of them. But most of them are not. And we don't know why that is. Go ahead.
Did Gold D. Roger eat a devil fruit at any point?
Oh, great question. No, we know for a fact that Roger never ate a devil fruit. Yeah, that was actually a great question. Roger does not have a devil fruit. We know that he was extremely powerful through a different system of power. It's called Haki. We'll get into it later. that's a very divisive subject. That the idea of Haki. We'll get into it later, but no, Roger was not a devil fruit user.
Is there any? Do we have any identifiable or relatable traits or anything between the characters that have a D as their middle name in the show?
Oh,
in the manga?
like, do any of them like look alike or anything?
Is there like a look-alike thing? Do they all have a specific thing that they do? Is there like an island they're all from? Like, is it just like D stands for we have no fucking idea? We'll figure it out later.
I love that you asked this question. I love that you did. This is a great question. So physically, they share nothing in common. And they could be human size. They could be giants. And like Jaguar D Sol is a giant with the letter D in his name, right? He looks nothing like Luffy and Gold Roger.
What's
the
his
one
job?
thing they do? What's that? What's his job?
Yeah, what does he do? The guy you're talking about.
Like Saul? What's
Saul?
his job? I guess that's a good question. Saul he's a historian. He's a scholar. He's a scholar.
And it's what's his full name?
Jaguar D Sol.
Jaguar D Sol.
Yeah.
D Sol.
For the record, some of them do have animals in their name. Some of them, not all of them. Like Gold, for example.
Gold's not in. How many characters have we met with a D in the middle?
Oh, Jesus. Okay, I can do a quick count. Monkey D. Luffy, Ace, Trafalgar D. Law, Gold D. Roger, Jaguar D. Sol, Marshall D. Teach. Shoot, am I forgetting anybody? Rox D. Zebek. Okay, so that's 7. Oh, Dragon, Monkey D. Dragon, Monkey D. Garp. So that's 9.
So there are some similarities to
Clover 10. Sorry, go ahead.
So there's like 2 other people with Monkey D, and then they have a different last name.
Those 3 are directly related. So the names function a little differently. The Monkey family are all related. Monkey D. Dragon, Monkey D. Luffy, Monkey D. Garp. Garp is grandpa, Dragon is Luffy's father, and then Luffy is Luffy.
Okay, so then that implies that the last part is the actual name of the characters, and the first part is a family name.
For that particular family, yes. It does not always work that way, but yeah.
Someone in the chat just like down D stairs. Hilarious.
oh gosh, that's a great joke. Respect, whoever threw that in there. That is in reference to Koina, who is a character who's very important to Zoro. She died under mysterious circumstances. We did not see it happen. We are told that she fell down the stairs and died, which many people in the community and the fans have called sus. There's a lot of mysteriousness around that death.
The fact that this wasn't a morbid joke and there's actually lore behind this dang joke is ridiculous. I thought it was just a morbid joke out of nowhere.
This is someone who's been hanging with the community for a long time, so thank you for joining us.
That's freaking ridiculous.
It was joked that the enemy of Koina was down D stairs.
I thought it was a quick morbid joke.
Another member of the D clan.
Joe just went on a 2-minute tangent about this being a real thing in One Piece.
Well, there's history. There's not just history in One Piece. There's history in the One Piece fandom.
Yeah, I can see that now. Y'all are crazy in a good way. True respect at this point. Just true respect.
I love that someone said that. Thank you.
Yeah, true respect.
But to answer your question, Nick, you asked if there was something that they all had in common. There is. There is one thing. For those who died, they all died with a smile.
So
when Gold Roger is executed, he dies with a smile. Anyone of the D clan ends up, or has like the spirit of the D, like dies with a smile.
How many at this point in the show are still alive?
Most of the ones that I listed are still alive.
All right, let's move on because I'm trying to look for, I'm just asking questions, like looking for some similarities and whatever, and eventually I'll find the One Piece before this live stream is over for everyone who's listening now. But anyway, we're gonna find it. We're gonna get there. All right. What's next? Where are we going? What's the?
Before we jump, I do want to start talking about Luffy, but like there's just so many. It's funny how many pre-Luffy things we can talk about before we actually get to Luffy.
Yeah.
You mentioned right now you're going to try and figure out what the One Piece is, all right? And again, we can get into some theories later, but something that I'd like to make mention of right now is like the idea of why we know that the One Piece is something that it's real. It's not just the friendship that we made along the way. You look like you have a question. What's up?
Well, I was just thinking. I was like, because you mentioned earlier that Roger is too early.
Too early.
Which, when you say that statement, it implies that like whatever the One Piece is like has to grow. But then you mentioned
Not
later that
necessarily.
he knew that it wasn't meant for him, which means him being too early could also just imply that like it's too early for anyone to find it because the right person who's supposed to find it isn't with Roger in that moment. So it doesn't necessarily need to grow. It could actually be a treasure. It doesn't necessarily need to be like some crazy plant because there are crazy plants, right? There's like a devil fruit that gives you crazy power. So the One Piece could be like an even more. It could be like an even more like impressive fruit, could it not? I don't know. You don't know either, which is great. You have no idea.
No, we don't.
I know just as much as you do, and I haven't watched 1,000 episodes.
I don't think I've heard the idea that it's a plant, but it could be. The trees are important in One Piece. There are two trees that are super important that we've met so far.
Really?
There's you're gonna like this. Your Christian background is gonna show here. There is the Adam tree, and there is the Eve tree.
I don't know about my Christian background. I think that's just a general religious statement you just made. Anyway.
I don't know. I mean, some people might not be familiar with it. Those people, I don't know. Maybe they haven't gotten out of the house a lot.
Okay, so there's an Adam tree and an Eve tree?
There are indeed, yeah.
That seems so strange to me.
Yes, it is. These trees are very mysterious. Yes.
That seems so strange that Oda would put like a religious...
Oh, let's talk about that real quick. One of the reasons why we love
what
One
other
Piece so
religious
much.
things are there?
So many. We love Oda's writing for a lot of reasons. There are things that we get frustrated by in Oda's writing, but we're going to talk about the love right now. Oda is so good at doing research, at taking a look at our world, and finding just fun things that he just thinks are really cool, and he's going to work them into the story somehow. So yeah, there are elements of Christianity that are in there. There's a lot of elements of Buddhism, of Shintoism, that are worked in so many of those two. Of Hinduism, right? A lot of that has to do with like different backgrounds of different cultures, right?
Well, that also implies that like One Piece is canon in our universe, in our multiverse of our world.
I mean, the One Piece is in our world, right? So what was it? Like a couple weeks ago?
I can't believe it took an hour for you to bring this up. Unbelievable. We're not going there yet.
The One Piece is real.
We are not going to the middle of the ocean yet. We're not doing it. We're gonna keep.
So since we're here, and I'll get back to what I was going to bring up earlier. Actually, this is sort of what I wanted to talk about. So Eiichiro Oda, being the mad lad that he is, he decided to challenge the world in a similar way that he has challenged the characters of One Piece. Really. That he wrote down for the first time. Because here's the thing. According to Oda, he has always known what the One Piece is. He has always known since the first chapter, apparently. And he's never written down, supposedly, his words. He's never written it down. There are people he has told what the One Piece is. There are some people who know. I believe all of them are his editors. There are, I think he's had seven editors throughout his career.
And he's confirmed that he's told some people what it is.
The editors have also said this, that they insist that they know because they can't help him with the story. They might contradict things or they might ruin some things if they aren't aware.
There's got to be some serious trust and NDA paperwork done there because that's insanity.
Yes. To be trusted with such a big secret at this point.
I love this because if God forbid anything happens to him, they can continue the story because they know, like they could properly finish it. Unlike anyone who was read Game of Thrones, like they will never know. because that'll never be completed. Anyway, we're not doing that today.
Let's not rant. Yeah, let's not rant too hard about Game of Thrones. It's a whole different subject.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
Yeah,
anyway,
so
that's really cool.
So
it's cool that Oda has told other people, and it's incredible resolve that no one has spilled the beans yet.
I'm not sure if anyone other than the editors know. I know that the 7 editors for sure. I don't know if his wife knows. I would like to believe that he told her. Fun story about the wife. No, I'll get back to the wife thing. I'll get back. Oh, what's the comment?
Literally about the wife. Just like the comment saes, I think he admitted to that his wife knows, but it's
okay. Thank you.
We're not sure. We're not sure. We're not sure.
He's a proper family man. It feels weird. You shouldn't keep secrets. That's a quick tip to everybody in a relationship. Don't keep secrets. All right. And clearly Oda believes in this as well, because that's like one of the biggest secrets in the world right now. And I say that because he finally wrote it down and he put that ending, or whatever the One Piece is, into a treasure chest, and then that treasure chest into a pressurized chamber.
Insane.
And then he took that pressurized chamber and he got into a boat and went to a undisclosed part of the ocean and dropped it and said, we will come back and we will open this when we get to the ending of One Piece, and basically challenge the world to go find it. It's like, hey, you can either wait, like most people will, or you can go find my treasure. What if he
writes that into the what if he writes that into the ending? So like the anime ends, and at the end it's like it doesn't actually tell you in the story. It like makes us have to find the ending by pulling it out of the ocean, and then the story never ends because no one ever actually finds it in real life.
It's a very Pokemon-esque ending. The journey never ends. No, I have faith in Oda. I think anyway, I don't know how long it'll take to get there. That we should have no faith in. Whatever
if he actually did write it on a piece of paper and it actually is in the bottom of the ocean right now, that is very cool. Because like, there are some very rich people in this world that could just make it their mission.
People have said that. I think it's I never get someone in the chat, please help me with this. I think the YouTuber's name is I Am Speed. Am I getting that right?
Yes. You are.
Yes, I Am Speed. Thank you, Nick. I believe he said that he was going to go find it, which I'm very proud of the One Piece community, because the consensus in the One Piece community.
Yeah.
Right. It's actually a little concerning that he decided he wants to do this.
He's not like a billionaire, but you know what? He probably doesn't need billions to try to find it, at least for a little while, and he definitely makes enough money to. Well, that's cool.
There's a fan who already figured out the general location of where Oda probably dropped it, which is, I think it's on the East Coast off of Japan. It's like off a coast that's not far from Oda's hometown.
Yeah. Then we get into like how deep is the ocean there, and like
right.
Anyway, it's crazy.
So there's a consensus by the fans that no one should go look for this, and it isn't because don't ruin it. I mean, that's part of it, right? That's part of it. Don't ruin it, right? But the consensus by a large sect of fans is that you shouldn't do it because that's not ruining this for everybody. That's not what Luffy would do, and we actually know that for a fact. We know that for a fact.
If I was Oda and I did that, inside of it would be an NDA that you have to sign, and then after you signed it and sent it to Oda, he will come to you and tell you in person because you signed an NDA. So you're allowed to find the One Piece, but you're not allowed to tell anyone else.
That's actually pretty great, because then you get to meet the master himself, right? Like that would be pretty awesome.
And then he tells
very sportsman of him.
And then he tells you if you really want to know, because it also gives you some time to like, oh man, I'm about to fly to see Oda, and he's going to tell me because I signed this NDA that I found in the bottom of the ocean. But as you're on this long ass trip to Japan, you're like, oh man, I don't know if I really want to know, and it'll ruin it for me. And then you can decide in the moment if you want him to tell you or not. Someone's agreeing with me. Amazing. Thank you. That's it. You know what? Thank you. I agree. I'm sticking to it. That's a good theory. It's an NDA, and then Oda has to tell you in person. That's what's at the bottom of the ocean.
I would like to bring up for all those agreeing with Nick right now that his name is Superhater. And he's clearly trying to sabotage us, guys. Don't let him do it. Don't let him do it. Don't let him get away with it.
Listen, that makes the most sense to me because like it's really cool that he put something like that at the bottom of the ocean, and he did say like if you want to know it, go find it. Yeah. But like he didn't. Did he say specifically that he wrote what the One Piece was on that piece of paper?
So this is actually something that I find to be a little unclear. I don't know if I've heard both. Two things. I've heard that is either what the One Piece is or it is the ending. I think it's supposed to be what the One Piece is. And like, let's be clear, like those are two different things, right? The ending and the One Piece will be two different things. I believe it is just the One Piece. However, there is a joke that supposedly what he wrote is friendship. Like that's what it is. It's friendship. Which, like, if true, amazing troll. Amazing troll. I kind of hope that does happen. Actually, that would be that much. That would be more hilarious in the end. But Nick, I want to give you one more. There are lots of in narrative reasons why we believe that the One Piece is not friendship. Right? There's one more real life reason why we believe that the One Piece is something very specific. Now Oda has said that it's not friendship because like he feels as though that would cheapen the story, and that Luffy and his crew, they went through all of this, and they deserve a tangible reward.
So it's not friendship. Right? It's not the journey.
Mm-hmm.
It's not friendship. It's not the journey. These are things he's said already.
Yes, these are things that he has said. Yeah.
Okay, continue.
But yeah, the real life reason, another real life reason, other than he's manifested it at this point. Okay, so you see my jersey, right?
Yes.
What language is this?
It looks like English to me.
You're correct. Your English teachers would be very, very happy with you. It is written in English. When you see One Piece written out, it is almost always in English. Even when some Japanese publications, this is also true. Japanese is a very interesting language for a lot of reasons. Japanese has a lot more nuance to it that English does. And One Piece has been written in Japanese has like 3 or 4 different alphabets, right? Different ways of expressing certain ideas or characters. And kanji might be the system that you think of when you think of Japanese. Kanji has symbols to it that have very specific meanings. So like one symbol might have like a very specific concept to it, right? The word One Piece, or the phrase One Piece, has never been written in kanji in the story. That has never happened. Because apparently, if he did do that, it might reveal a very specific clue as to what the One Piece actually is. Now, I think it's been written outside of the story before, but none of these have been like canon representations. And it has been written in Japanese, of course, but it's been written in Japanese with different alphabets where he can say something and it's not as specific, right? You get the sound, you get the One Piece, right? Whereas if you were to write it in kanji, yes, it would be One Piece, but depending on what symbols he used, it would have a very specific meaning as to what he means by One Piece. You get what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's freaking awesome.
That's insane. How come you haven't started taking Japanese language courses to try to figure this out?
I freaking have. This is actually why I'm learning Japanese. I'm learning Japanese because of One Piece.
Unbelievable. Because
there's so much that we lose as an English audience. There's so much that we lose by not speaking and reading his language.
Oda might be the smartest person on the planet. He has single-handedly made every single culture in the world want to learn Japanese so that they can figure out what One Piece is. Japanese will be the one true language of the world by the time we're all old because of One Piece.
So like that's not even like the only like cool language thing about One Piece that would make me want to learn Japanese, right?
That is very cool. I will admit that is very cool.
I knew you'd like that. I knew you'd like that.
Though, like that just makes me think like how crazy that whole language is in general, right? Because there's like 3 or 4 different versions, and then if you write One Piece in that specific one, it could technically give a hint away. That's wild, dude.
Yeah, it would give a hint. Yeah.
So that's what maybe that's what he wrote on the paper that's in the bottom of the ocean. Anyway.
Maybe, yeah, right. The exact way that you would write it in kanji, maybe. just a cool language detail that I personally love about One Piece. So Luffy, and this might be a really good transition into finally talking about Monkey D. Luffy. Oda's very clever with his puns. He loves writing in puns. But he's also very specific. He's very careful with the language that he uses, right? So for example, Luffy. Luffy is a character that we all love for a lot of reasons, but he's a very simple character. He's incredibly simple. What you hear him say is his exact thoughts and feelings, right? He has no ulterior motives ever at any time. In the manga, Luffy is the only character who never has a thought bubble. He never is thinking something, because what he's thinking is what he is saying. He's the only character that never gets one. The only main character, right? I'm sure there are other characters who have not gotten thought bubbles, but like of the main characters, he's the only one who doesn't get one. Something else that's really cool about that in Japanese, this is something that we just can't do in English. So I mentioned kanji, right? A couple of the other alphabets that you would hear, katakana and hiragana, right? Katakana is a bit more complex. As far as like the arrangement of characters go. Hiragana is kind of a starting point with like characters that have very specific sounds to them, right? In concept, it's a lot closer to our alphabet, right? Luffy only speaks in the manga with hiragana because that's something a child would do. Like a child writing, like just learning the language for the first time, like they would write in hiragana. And anytime he has a speech bubble, he is only speaking in hiragana because he is a very simple character and he has like childlike wonder. So Oda has been very deliberate with like how he crafts that character, and like that's one of those details that like he only speaks in speech bubble with hiragana. If you were listening to him, it sounds the same, but like in the comic, in the manga, like it's different. It's intentionally different for that reason.
Very interesting. Okay.
Monkey D. Luffy?
Monkey D. Luffy. Let's go.
Monkey D. Luffy. Finally, we're talking about our captain, Monkey D. Luffy. We love this guy. This guy rules. So Monkey D. Luffy is amazing. For a lot of reasons, but just to talk about his popularity as just a character, I'm kind of blown away with how popular Luffy is as a character. So Jump. Jump is the magazine that publishes One Piece every week, most weeks. And they have a character poll in which they allow the audience to vote on the most popular characters in One Piece every year. It's very cool. One Piece is a franchise that has over 1,000 characters, and sometimes like there are characters that make it into the top 100 that are a little surprising. The three that have never changed, I believe, I might be wrong on this. I know number one has never changed, but the three that have never changed in the top 100, and I don't believe they've even swapped places, is Luffy, Zoro, and Nami. Those three are always in the top three, and I believe it's always that place. I might be wrong about Zoro and Nami. Maybe those two have switched. Maybe. But the reason why I bring that up is I want you to think about other shows and other stories. Dragon Ball Z. Who is your favorite character? Just out of curiosity.
Probably young Gohan.
Young Gohan. Okay, cool. That's a good one. I would have said Vegeta. I'm a sucker for his character art, but Gohan's a good choice too. And I think some people actually probably would say the same thing as you. Some people love Gohan. I think they get a little disappointed with Teen Gohan, or not Teen Gohan, but High School Gohan. I guess sort of Teen Gohan.
Like, after that, I don't care anymore. My favorite character would change.
Right after he's done with Cell, right?
But that's what you're probably getting at. Like eventually, like if you get once Gohan's done with Cell, like he does not become stay my favorite character because I don't like how his character arc goes after that.
Yeah, I mean that could be part of what I'm about to say, honestly. But more so, I'm getting at like I don't know how many people would actually say Goku is their favorite character in Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball has a lot of great characters, and don't get me wrong, Goku's a great character. Right. But I don't think Goku is necessarily. He's obviously the franchise character, right? People see him, they know Dragon Ball. I don't know, like, character poll if he's the clear front runner, right? If you were to say Naruto, there are probably people who would say Naruto, but there's probably an equally like big fan base that would say Sasuke, right?
Right.
And you could go down the line. I don't know if Game of Thrones has a main character, but you could probably narrow it down to three. But if you ask people consistently who their favorite character in Game of Thrones was, I bet you get a ton of different answers, right?
Yeah.
And what I'm trying to say is, it is insane that year after year, people agree this guy is number one, that they haven't gotten sick of him in over 25 years, right? They're like, this guy, number one in over 1,000 characters, this guy freaking rules. Let's get into that. So Monkey D. Luffy, he's born in East Blue. And at a young age, he wants to be a pirate. He gets, I believe he gets this idea from when he meets Shanks. Shanks, I believe you probably have seen, red-haired Shanks. Red-haired Shanks is very important for a lot of reasons, but one of the big reasons is, and you might like this a lot, Nick, given the things that you were writing down, Shanks used to be, before he became his own pirate captain, a member of the Roger Pirates. He used to be on Gold Roger's ship. Before I move on, do you have any questions?
Yeah, was he there at the island?
I was waiting for you to ask that. No, he was not. He was a member of the Roger Pirates before they went there, and he did not go because there was another member of the Roger Pirates, Buggy the Clown, who was, Buggy the Clown was a member of the Roger Pirates, yeah. Buggy contracted a virus, and he got sick. Buggy and Shanks were the same age, roughly the same age, I believe. And he's too sick to continue the journey, so they're going to leave him behind. But because like Shanks sees Buggy as his friend, a little debatable on whether or not. I believe at this point Buggy still views Shanks as his friend. I believe that is true. Because Buggy is his friend, he does not want him to be the only one that doesn't see the One Piece, and he's like, I have to stay with my friend, so I'm going to stay here. So the two of them, even though they were Roger Pirates, they never saw the One Piece. And actually, I was wrong, or I was right, but it's immediately after this. Shanks, or Buggy gets mad at Shanks for not going. He gets mad at him. I don't think that's the reason he doesn't consider him a friend. I think that happens a little later. But yeah, he does get pissed at him for staying with him. He was like, what were you thinking? Why would you not go?
But they made it to the final island. They just didn't get off the ship.
No, they didn't go to the final island. There's like a whole process to get to the final island. And I'm not sure where they actually stopped, where those two didn't, where they got off. I know that that's probably a hard answer for that. I don't know what it is.
Is Shanks part of Luffy's crew now?
Ha! He wishes. No, Shanks is one of the 4 pirate emperors of the world.
Jesus.
Yes. Okay. Yes, there are 4. The politics of One Piece is so interesting. Yes, there are 4 pirate emperors.
One of them has that. Continue. 4 pirate emperors. Okay.
Yep. And this will not surprise you. The way you are declared a pirate emperor is by the character we brought up earlier, Big News Morgans. He declares you pirate emperor. I think the world government could probably also identify you as such. But they appear to be pretty pissed when Big News Morgans makes such a declaration, because it kind of challenges their power, the world government's power.
Who are the other 3?
So it depends on what point in time we are talking about. At the time of Luffy's beginning, I'm not sure if Shanks is an emperor at this point, but I'm going to say yes.
Right now, who are the 4 pirate emperors?
Oh, okay, I'll tell you. You're talking about Final Saga stuff, right?
Yeah, like right now, who are the 4 pirate emperors?
We are jumping the gun, but I will answer this question. So the 4 pirate emperors right now are Red Hair Shanks, Marshall D. Teach, also known as Blackbeard.
Okay.
Buggy the Clown.
Okay.
And Monkey D. Luffy.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, our boy in the barrel really really has a fantastic glow up in those 2.5 years.
Man, Buggy's still around, huh? Crazy. Survivor.
Buggy's not only is Buggy still around, Buggy is one of the front runners for the One Piece right now.
So that was going to be one of the other questions I wanted to ask. I know we're still talking about Luffy, and you probably have more to say, but
Yeah, that's fine.
I also want to know, like, you know, because we're all just assuming Luffy's going to be the one to find it, but like that doesn't have to be the case, right? Like it could be someone else.
Yes, there's actually the fan base largely believes that Luffy will not be the first person to find the One Piece.
And
he could be. He could be the first person. But remember, you got to be the right person to find the One Piece. Maybe, right? Maybe not. We don't know.
And
but that
Roger
seems to be what's
thinks
implied.
He knows who the right person was. Roger thinks it was his son should be the right person.
He thought it was his. He thought he was going to be his son. Yeah.
Who's Roger's son? What's his name?
His name is Ace.
Ace. Okay, which you've mentioned already. So Ace does he have a he has a D as well? Ace D.
Yes, Ace. Porcus D Ace is his name. Porcus D Ace.
Porcus.
Yeah, Porcus. Don't ask me to spell it. I do not remember.
It's okay.
Someone in the comments help him out.
He's still alive?
Oh, I presume if you're watching this, you do not care about spoilers or you are caught up. I will give you 5 seconds to leave.
1997. I'm someone who has never seen the show.
I'm asking people 5 seconds to leave.
The goddamn spoilers, Joe. Is he alive or not?
For anyone watching live, I am going to start talking about this. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No, Ace is dead. This is what. He is very dead.
Deceased. I have written down on my notes.
Yeah, Porcus deceased Ace.
Thank you for spelling it. Porcus D Ace. Okay, cool. Thank you. Someone spelled it in the chat for me. The chat is fantastic.
Appreciate you.
The perfect G is like crushing it right now in the chat. Thank you for doing that.
Do appreciate that.
Hilarious. All right. So sucks to suck, Roger.
So yeah, it is. That's a whole thing, and we'll get into that as we start talking about the story, which we haven't even started talking about, which is amazing. We were talking about the emperors. You had questions about who they were. Yeah. So yeah, Shanks, Buggy the Clown, Marshall D. Teach, and then of course, Monkey D. Luffy. Oh, but you were saying that someone else might find it first, right?
Right.
And yeah, we largely believe that that's actually probably going to happen.
Okay.
I think right now the laughable guess is that Buggy is going to find it first, mostly because Buggy is a very comical character, and he appears to keep just falling upward. Every time like he falls on his face, he just ends up getting more power. He is a powerful character, not because like he has like great power himself, as far as like fighting goes, right? But he has 2 former pirate warlords, which is a different pirate system that we can get into later. He has 2 former pirate warlords who are backing him, and Buggy very weirdly has a very similar power to Luffy. It is pointed out that one of Luffy's powers is that he has the power to have people believe in him, which is one of the most dangerous powers on the sea, to inspire people in such a way.
And that's Monkey.
And
that's
sorry?
Luffy. That's Luffy.
Yeah, Luffy. Yeah, so someone points this out that yeah, he just has this innate ability to inspire people and for those people to truly, really believe in him.
Okay.
Buggy the Clown also has this power, but like in a different way. Luffy's is much more honest, whereas Buggy's is, it's almost like a case of mistranslation. like he'll do something, and people will misunderstand what it is that he did, and they'll be so inspired by him. And he'll accidentally do something, right? And everyone's like, "Oh, look what he just did on purpose! Like that's amazing, Buggy! Like we love you." That just keeps happening over and over again.
So he's just lucky. He's very lucky.
Yeah, he's incredibly lucky. Comically lucky. We love Buggy for this reason.
Okay.
That he just keeps falling on his face and he keeps becoming more powerful.
So is the current like assumption on the street that if it's not Luffy, there's a good chance that Buggy's the one that finds it?
It's a good chance. I mean, that's the thing. Like, it really could be anybody right now. There's the four pirate emperors are not the only people in the race. Um, they have the best shot. Like at least three of them do. Because that's the thing. In order to get to the final line, oh man, all right, Nick, you ready? All right, let's just talk about this.
Question: do we know what Buggy's full name?
Great question. There is debate on whether or not we know Buggy's full name. Because we are only told there's debate. I do not believe that there is a hard answer for this yet. Comments, please feel free to fact check me on that. He is known as Buggy the Clown, right? But this is a title, and there are lots of titles in the show, right?
Yeah.
Straw Hat Luffy, right? People call him Straw Hat Luffy. That's his title. It's obviously not his name, right? First Knight of the Sea, Jinbei, Pirate Hunter Zoro, right? Like, there's lots of characters with titles.
Okay.
And I don't think we know Buggy's name. There has been speculation on whether or not he is a member of the D Clan. But Buggy D Clown has been a name that has been joked about for a long time now. Buggy the Clown. But yes, we don't know a lot about his background, and yeah, there is some speculation that he might have a more important parentage or heritage. What's up?
This made me think of a question.
Oh, please.
Is it confirmed that Ace was the only son of Gall Roger?
I feel weird about saying confirmed. To, I believe, our knowledge, we have only been led to believe that he only has one son, or only ever had one son. So at least, like, the mother of Ace only had one son. Could Roger had another kid? I suppose there's no reason right now to believe that there is another kid.
Okay. Cool. Moving on.
Yeah.
You were getting somewhere.
So, yeah. So, let's go back to. I'm dodging Monkey D. Luffy once again, and we're gonna start talking about how you get to the final island, right? So as we mentioned before, you have to get to the Grand Line, right? So you get to the Grand Line. So actually, I'm gonna share something with you, Nick, that will help us out tremendously. So this is a map that someone on Reddit posed. It's very cool that they did this. Actually, instead of just saying that, let me give a shout out to who this is. So on our One Piece, I'm my bad, I don't know how to say this. XADS 181. I believe they are saying they made this map. That's very cool that they did this because they basically did Nami's job. Nami's dream was achieved by somebody else. Let's see. I want to share with you. Oh, here it is. Share my screen with you. Oh, I did that wrong. Smith, P. Smith. There we go. Share. Okay. Okay. So you see the One Piece map in front of you, yes?
Yep.
I think you said yes.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, excellent. You can see the whole thing. You don't see this like Riverside screen.
No, I'm looking at the whole thing, I believe. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, cool. So if you look to the right corner, the upper right corner, that is the East Blue. Okay. And from the East Blue, we would go. Can you see my mouse at all?
Yes.
All right, cool. So from the East Blue, you would head to Reverse Mountain in order to get into the Grand Line. It is one of the safest ways that you can get there. And I believe that this person, yeah. So the center of the map here is where you'd get to Reverse Mountain. So you see this like narrow water channel here?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is how you would get through Reverse Mountain and into this line in the middle of the world. That's the Grand Line, right?
Huh. Okay.
This line that you're seeing here, this is a really important line. This is known as the Red Line. The Red Line is very mysterious. It is a continent that circles the entire world. And because it does that, it divides the ocean in half, right? The thing that divides it into quadrants is the Grand Line. And the Grand Line is almost impossible to sail into. And the reason is, do you see this light blue line right here?
Yeah.
That is called the Calm Belt. That is impossible to sail through. So if you were starting in the East Blue and you wanted to go to the Grand Line, you'd have to sail through the Calm Belt. You cannot get through the Calm Belt. And the reason why is because it's a mysterious line where there is no wind. As soon as you get there, there is no wind and you cannot sail through it. And even worse, it is riddled with sea monsters. You will be absolutely obliterated if you try to go through the Calm Belt.
Okay.
So the only way you could possibly get through is by taking one of these 4 channels through Reverse Mountain and it dumping you into the Grand Line right here. So this would be the starting point, right? So you'd go from here and you would circumnavigate the world until you end up on the other side of the Red Line here, right? See what I mean?
So, and then where is the final island?
So the final island, let's see. Okay, so that's a little unclear. If you look here, this is Lodestar Island.
Mm-hmm.
This is the island right before the final island. The final island, the location of that island is not revealed. So the reason why I wanted to show you this map, other than pointing out the Grand Line and the Red Line, once you are in the Grand Line, it is also impossible to navigate the Grand Line through traditional means. Because of the magnetism of this line, you cannot just use a compass to get through it. Your compass would go nuts, you'd get lost, you would not be able to navigate the Grand Line. So you need a very specific tool. Oh my gosh, and I'm blanking on what it is called. The log post. You need a log post, which will point you in the direction of an island, right? So, like, let's say you started. All right, let's say you started over here at Twin Cape, right? And you would need your log post to take you to Little Garden, right? So it's pointing at Little Garden. Or actually, sorry, excuse me, I skipped Whiskey Peak. It would take you to Whiskey Peak, and from there you have to spend, I believe it's 1 day. I believe it's 24 hours. Once your log post has spent 24 hours on that island, it'll be recalibrated and it'll point you to the next island. So it'll point you to Little Garden 24 hours later. It'll point to Drum Island, so on and so forth. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hold on.
So,
question.
Yes.
I have a feeling I love the map. That's super helpful and very cool. And
yes.
The concept in general is great. It sucks if you're a pirate on the top left and you want to start because it feels like you have to go further away from the end of the Grand Line. You know what I mean? Because you're so close.
Right.
But it's like, actually, no, you need to go through the Red Line and then start on the other side and then go around the world and come all the way back. That sucks. Also strange.
There are some theories about that.
Clearly they haven't invented propulsion yet, but you can, eat a devil fruit and, blah. Or maybe they have. And you're going to tell me that in a second.
The technology exists. It is not widely available.
Interesting. Okay, that's cool. My question, though, and this has to do with the log post, the navigator, and you mentioned it, is it for each island has like a time limit that the log post has to reset, essentially? Is that like, or is
basically,
it only... Yeah. Is that a potential issue from where they currently are, the place with the giants?
Elbaf? So no. So you can I see what you're saying. Like if you spend too much time, would it calibrate differently?
Right, because like earlier you said that
supposedly the way it works is once you get there, it takes 24 hours to recalibrate, but you can spend more time on the island and it won't like mess it up or anything.
Unless you're on the giant island, potentially, because there's a stipulation that we currently know that you can't spend too much time there, and we don't know why.
Maybe, we don't know yet. I will say this. So if you look, hang on, let me go back to the map really quick, because there is something that I did not mention that you should know before we go on. So if you look to the right here, this is the red line. So like because like we're looking at this as a flat map, right? It looks a little funny. But the red line here in the middle is the same red line that you're seeing here. It's just the other side of the planet. You follow what I'm saying?
Nope. Yes.
Hey, can you hear me? Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the same line, right, as this line. It's just on the other side of the planet, right? So once they sail from here, from
Got it.
the beginning of the Grand Line
Got it.
over to here, there is no way to get beyond this part of the red line, except you can go under the red line. There's a little channel, and actually you have to, because there's an island. You're gonna love this. this is if you loved Lost, you're gonna freaking love this. There is an island known as Fishman Island under the sea, and you have to go underwater to get to that island and to recalibrate your log post, right? And then travel under the red line so that you can come over here, right? All the way over here to the left and continue the journey, right? Once you are in this part of the journey, this is an area of the Grand Line that is very specifically known as the New World. In the New World, you need a different log post. And once I forgot what that log post is called. And I don't know if the 24-hour rule applies to the second log post. It is possible that Oda realized that he wrote himself into a corner with that and was like, I need to change the log post thing. Which maybe that is why we have a different log post at this part of the story. But that is one of the rules.
Where are we right now in the story?
So right now, I wonder if it's here. Oh, right, there's Elbaf. Yeah, Elbaf is right here. We are here. So we're very close to Lodestar Island. However, Nick, I should tell you, there is one last thing you need to know before you can just travel to the final island, right? Or to Lodestar. So on top of navigating through the Grand Line, right? Navigating through the Grand Line, getting the log post, traveling under the red line, getting the new log post, and then navigating through all of these islands, there's one more thing that you desperately need. There are these giant red cubes. They're known as the road poneglyphs. And the poneglyphs are written in an ancient language. And in order to navigate, not only do you need your log post, but you also need all 4 road poneglyphs to help reveal the location of the final island. Because apparently at some point, the log post will only take you so far. You need to be able to find those road poneglyphs in order to find the final island.
And our friend the Perfect G is
which
saying
is why it's
our friend the Perfect G is saying that the log post in the New World has 3 needles instead of 1.
That is true. It does have 3 needles instead of 1. I'm sorry, what did you say the username was? I want to make sure I say it right.
The Perfect G.
Perfect G. If you know the answer to this, please help me out. Is there a time limit on the secondary log posts? I don't recall if there is. I'm guessing there probably isn't, and maybe like Oda ditched that idea. I'm not sure, but help me out if you remember.
But then so you need 4. What was it called to find the
road poneglyphs? They're these giant red cubes written in this ancient language that only some people can speak and read.
Okay.
Actually, if you know this language, you are considered one of the most dangerous people on the planet by the world government.
That's crazy.
So I believe right now in the story, Luffy has 3 of those road poneglyphs, which puts him in first, I think. I think he's the closest, at least that we know of, the closest to getting to the One Piece. I don't know if we know how far along Shanks is. He presumably has 1. I don't know if he has any others.
So there's going to be a gigantic Emperor Pirate battle here at the end because no one has all 4 at the moment, basically, is what we're setting up.
Also, presumably there's going to be something like that.
The other thing that scares the crap out of me is if I am correct in that when Oda said it's a 5-year story and he was actually referencing One Piece time.
The in-world.
That means that from where they are right now on Elba, to the final
Elbaf.
island is is a long time. We're at 1,000 episodes between two islands, basically. It's crazy. That's crazy work.
I'm not sure that math fully checks out, but I understand the fear.
If there's not another time skip, which, who knows. Anyway.
Yeah, like we are just
Okay.
presuming that that's what the warning on Elbaf meant, that it's a
Okay.
time thing, but we don't know for sure.
Man, what is
So,
the One Piece?
yeah.
What is the One Piece, guys? I'm so tired of this. All right. Sorry for screaming.
Let's start talking
Sorry
about
for
the
screaming.
characters. You're good.
Sorry for
Let's start talking about the characters.
right.
We were just talking before about Monkey D. Luffy, right?
Yeah.
We went on a huge tangent. So as we said, Monkey D. Luffy's from the East Blue. As a young kid, he met Red Hair Shanks, and he just thought Red Hair Shanks was just the tits, man. He was like, this guy freaking rules. I love Red Hair Shanks. My camera is all blurry. It's okay. It'll come back eventually. In any case, there it is. I love you, Cameron. This is a very important encounter. You may recall this, Nick, when you watched One Piece as a child. Luffy witnesses an incident between Red Hair Shanks and a bunch of mountain bandits. Very laughably, there's like, I don't know, like a sharks and jets gang style argument between what's more bad, bandits or pirates? Which, like, I don't know why it was written that way. I don't know. Oda was having a fun time with it, right? And the bandits, they get really mad at Red Hair Shanks that him and his crew drank everything in the bar, but Red Hair Shanks gives, I think, the last bottle of sake to the bandit. The bandit takes the bottle and he hits Shanks over the head with it, and then he laughs and he leaves. And after he takes off, Red Hair Shanks and the rest of his crew, they all laugh about it. They're all like, that guy got you good, Shanks. And Shanks is like, yeah, he got me, guys. And Luffy is so offended by this. He's like, what is wrong with you? That guy disrespected you. And you didn't do anything. You just sat there and you got hit and you laughed at it. And Shanks says, it doesn't matter, dude. Like, it's just sake. Like, whatever. Like, I feel bad that's on the floor now. Like, I'm going to help clean it up. It is during this incident that Luffy, presumably because he's mad, I guess sometimes when he's mad, he's hungry too. He goes to a box, opens the box, sees something edible, eats it. It is, of course, the devil fruit. It is the Gomu Gomu no Mi. It is the rubber fruit in English. Shanks starts freaking out. He's like, what did you do? Why did you do that? Presumably at the time, we thought Shanks was mad because, like, a devil fruit is very valuable, right? It's power. And for him to just have this thing, we just assumed he had he was going to give to somebody in his crew, presumably at the time, right? We thought that was why he was mad. We have learned more about the Gomu Gomu no Mi in recent years, and that maybe there were other reasons why he was at first angry. Devil fruits. Quick thing on devil fruits. Nick, what do you know about devil fruits?
If you eat one, you get a special power, and we don't necessarily know what special power.
Correct.
Until you eat it.
That is correct. There is an encyclopedia in the world that tells you the names of certain fruits and the powers that they grant, but largely, yeah, you're absolutely correct. You don't know what what power you're going to get until after you eat it, which sometimes that can be a real bummer. Real big bummer. There is one more thing, or two more things that you should know about them. If you eat one, you can't swim. You lose your ability to swim. And we are told that it is because the sea god rejects you. Rejects you as a person. And not only can you not swim, it's also kind of like a kryptonite. If you've eaten a devil fruit, just being in salt water makes you very weak.
Interesting.
It also, like, it neutralizes your power too. Like, you can't use your power once you're in there.
Has anyone who's eaten a devil fruit died in the ocean in One Piece in the show?
Great question. We have yet to see it happen.
Really?
Yeah, we think that Oda's saving it for a very specific pirate. The other thing, and I'm getting to probably a little ahead of myself here too. We are told that you can't eat more than one devil fruit. If you eat more than one devil fruit, you will die. That is what we are
Okay.
told. We have also not witnessed that either, but I bring that up for a very important reason that we'll talk about later.
Okay.
So yeah, he eats the Goma Goma no Mi, he gets the rubber fruits. The incident with the mountain bandits continues, and Luffy gets abducted by one of the mountain bandits, of course, gets taken out to the sea, and the man attempts to kill Luffy by dropping him into the ocean since he can't swim no more. Shanks shows up, he saves the day. There is a large sea monster that shows up and is going to kill them. But because Shanks is a badass, he gives it one real stern look and says, "Get lost." Real intimidating, actually. It's pretty cool. And the sea monster leaves. At the time, we just thought it was one of those anime things where you look at something with, like, charisma, and everyone just listens to what you say, or people faint, right? Like, it's just an anime thing. We find out later that is not the case. This is actually a special power that Luffy will also develop in time. That has nothing to do with devil fruits.
Huh.
Yes, it is presumed that was retroactively changed by Oda. That at the time it probably was just a cool anime thing for him to do. But later down the line, we learned that this is a special power that other characters will develop, and is presumably very important for the story.
What's the
in
name
this incident?
Do we have a name for this power?
Oh, what's the name of the power? Yeah, it is the color of the Supreme King. It is also known, this will be easier for you to write down. It is also known as Conqueror's Haki.
Conqueror's Haki?
Conqueror's Haki, yeah. Only a very select few people of the world can develop Conqueror's Haki.
Is this just from, like, conquering over time, and then it just like becomes part of you?
No, so there is Haki that you can learn over time. There are three kinds of Haki. There's Conquerors, there's Armament, and Observational. You can learn Observational and Armament. But Conquerors you have to be born with, I believe.
Huh. But then you have to develop. You're born with it, but you have to essentially perfect it so that you can.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. You gotta learn to, like, develop it over time. Like, Luffy eventually, like, accidentally keeps releasing it, but then in that 2-year time skip, he learns how to use Haki, and he learns how to use that specific power.
So, do the other two current pirate emperors also have this Conqueror's Haki power? So, do Buggy and Marshall?
Great question. So Marshall D. Teach most certainly does, and as you said, Shanks has it. I do not believe Buggy has it, but this adds to Buggy's charm, that he continues to fall upward despite being the only of the 4 pirate emperors to not have Conqueror's Haki. At least at this point of the story, it has not been revealed that Buggy has Conqueror's Haki.
Buggy's also had a devil fruit, though, right?
He does. Yeah, he has the Chop fruit. He's a Chop man.
And Shanks doesn't, but does Marshall?
Yeah, Marshall D. Teach has powers.
It's interesting.
Marshall D. Teach has eaten at least a devil fruit.
Oh, so we think he's one of the ones that's eaten multiple.
All right, let's talk about it.
We'll get there.
Or we could wait. We could wait. Yeah, we could wait. Yeah, right. Yeah. Marshall D. Teach is very mysterious.
All right, mysterious.
We'll get there.
All right. What else about Luffy?
Yeah, before we move on from this, so very important, just as far as, like, the genesis of all of this, in that incident with the mountain bandits, after, or I guess right before he makes the sea monster, who's known as the Lord of the Coast, run away, Shanks loses his arm in this incident, if you recall. Shanks loses his arm. Luffy feels horrible about this because he just saved him and it cost him his arm. It's horrible. And Shanks, being the mad lad that he is, Shanks is like, Luffy, it's just an arm, man. Like, I'm just glad you're okay. Just being the ultimate, like, awesome dude that he is. It's like, whatever, man. It was my left. Was it left? I think it's left. I think it's his left hand. And he's like, whatever, man. I was a righty. I don't care. Call me out on that if I got it wrong. I actually don't know if it's the left hand. I forgot. What's up?
No, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. But anyway, yeah. So in this chapter, this memory of Luffy, Luffy decides, you know what, Shanks, like, I'm going to be a better pirate than you. I'm going to be the king of the pirates, right? And Shanks is very impressed with this because earlier Luffy wanted to be on the boat with Shanks. He wanted to leave with Shanks because he idolizes Shanks. This is his hero.
Right.
And after all this, he's like, you know what? No, I don't want to be on your boat. I'm going to be a better pirate than you. I'm going to be king of the pirates. And Shanks is very impressed by the bravado. And he says, you know what? I hope you do. And why don't? And he takes off his hat. The hat comes from Shanks. This is very important.
Okay.
Shanks gives his hat to Luffy and says, I want you to give this back to me when you become a great pirate. This is a good time to mention one other thing about Gold Roger, Nick. Goldie Roger. Shanks's hat came from Goldie Roger. It used to be his hat, and then he gave it to Shanks. And now Shanks has given it to Luffy. As I mentioned at the way beginning of this live stream, there's a lot of reasons why we love One Piece. There's a lot of themes to One Piece. One of the biggest themes is the idea of inherited will. And, you know, what do we mean when we say that? Inherited will is the idea that if Nick, if you were to die, that would be very unfortunate. I never want to live in a world where you are not around. I love you, man. Let's say you died, I lived. I would want to carry out your will, right? Like I was like, I want to live for Nick. Like whatever is that thing that he didn't do, or whatever is that thing that he embraced every day, I'm gonna embrace that thing. I'm gonna make his dreams come true. Inherited will. I have inherited your will, and in the idea of that, you haven't really died because the memory of you lives on, and I am continuing to live in your memory, and I will continue to pass that down to the next person. So none of us die so long as we are remembered. Inherited will. Get it?
Yeah. So why the hell would Shanks give the damn hat to Luffy?
It's a great question. The hat is
to me it implies that Shanks is not interested in actually being king of the pirates and finding the One Piece in that instance, because although Roger gave Shanks the hat, I'm assuming after he had found the One Piece.
No, I think it's before. He actually gave him the hat before he found the One Piece, I believe.
Or is the hat the One Piece, Joe?
We don't know, but we have learned that the hat is extremely important. And the hat has presumably Goldie Roger is not the first person to have the hat, and the hat has survived presumably at least 800 years.
Okay, I need a whole separate piece of paper for this fucking hat.
The hat is very important.
Hold on. All right, I gotta get these notes situated, because remember, the point of this whole stream is to find the One Piece, so I have to take notes. This is crazy. Look at the real quick. I mean, look, just notes. Just notes on notes, guys. All right, cool.
I'm impressed.
It's unbelievable. All right, straw hat.
There's gonna be a test later. Straw hat.
Straw hat. Is the straw hat the One Piece? Is this the One Piece? Here we go. Question mark.
The One Piece is the hats we made along the way.
Get out of here. Okay, my first question. Do we know who had the hat before Roger?
I don't think we do. All right. So we know one character who had the hat before. I don't know who it was right before Roger, but we know for sure the very first pirate in history had the hat. And his name, he is referred to as Joy Boy.
Okay, so hold on. He's the first character in history?
No, first pirate in history.
Sorry. This is a lot of information for somebody who's never seen One Piece to take in at one time.
It's a lot. We are talking about some like late game stuff too.
First pirate in history. What was his name?
Joy Boy.
That's crazy. All right, Joy Boy. Mm-hmm. He had
presumably
the hat.
He is the first. Yeah, he might have been the first person with the hat. We don't know that for sure, but I believe that's as far back as we can go for the history of the hat.
So for all intents and purposes, for what we know right now, Joy Boy, Gol Roger, Shanks, Luffy. That's our current Straw Hat lineup.
That is our current Straw Hat lineup, yes. Yeah, we don't know what significance the hat has toward the One Piece, but we assume that they are tied together somehow.
Okay. But the straw hat is very important.
Straw hat's very important. Yeah, it continues the idea of inherited will, right? It's the literal symbol of it, and there are other symbols that we see along the way, but this is probably the most important one.
Man, Joy Boy, Gall Roger, Shanks, Luffy. Why would Shanks give Luffy the hat?
So there's an idea as to why he probably did this. So
Well,
Roger passed on that. Oh, go ahead. What's up?
just to reiterate, Gall Roger is the only person that we know of that's made it to the final island in the history of.
Yes, that we know of. Joy
Joy
Boy
Boy.
probably has. Joy Boy definitely has something to do with the One Piece. We don't know what yet. But yeah, he's tied to the One Piece. We know that.
Maybe Joy Boy's the.
I think I can say that. I think I can say that we know that Joy Boy is tied to the One Piece somehow.
Maybe he created the One Piece.
Maybe we don't know. So the time that Joy Boy comes from is, I believe, right before. So remember we were talking about like there are in narrative reasons why we believe the One Piece is something real. Um, this is one of those reasons. So history is extremely important in One Piece, so much so that one of the members of the crew, Nico Robin, who we all love, Nico Robin's the best. I say all, I assume. I don't see how there is a reason to hate Robin. She's amazing. How did I talk about this? I don't remember why I was bringing it. I love Nico
Historian.
Robin.
Historian.
Historian. Thank you. She's our archaeologist. Thank you, Nick, for keeping me on track. She's our I got so lost in the sauce about how much I love Robin. She's our archaeologist on the crew. History is incredibly important in One Piece. There is a missing piece of time in the history of One Piece. This is super important. It is known as the Void Century. We have no idea what happened during this time.
How far
presumably
between was this before Gall Roger? I'm assuming
this was before. Yeah, this was before Roger. I'm actually not clear if Joy Boy is during the Void Century or right before the Void Century. I don't know the exact answer to that. I think him dying actually leads to the Void Century. I could be wrong, but the timeline gets a little very nuanced at this point.
okay, Joy Boy,
that was
Void,
800.
Roger, roughly, potentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is why we believe that the One Piece is like something, right? Because like there was a great war we know that happened over 800 years ago, and whatever happened in that war led to what we now know as the world's government, right? This very powerful force that governs most of, titularly, the world, right? There are countries that are exempt from this, but for the most part, they govern almost every country.
Great War was after the Void or before the Void?
Okay. I believe the Great War is before the Void. It's not. It's definitely not after. It's either right before or it's part of the Void Century. I'm not exactly sure. I can't remember that off the top of my head.
Okay. Okay. But then that leads to big government.
That leads to big government. Always does.
Ugh. Freaking wars, man. All right.
This is why this has been used as a call of revolution because of how anti-government it is.
This history stuff is really important for the assumption that the One Piece is something, is like actually like a tangible thing.
Yes. Yeah. Whatever this war, whatever it was about, presumably the One Piece was at the center of all of this.
Okay. Man, I wish we knew who had the One Piece, who hid the One Piece. That would be really, really helpful.
Yeah, we're not we actually have an idea about who may have. Well, we at least know who did the poneglyphs. We know who probably did that, although I don't think it's been confirmed. That's a character I'll get into later. So anyway, Monk D. Luffy, he says he's going to be king of the pirates. We believe the reason why Shanks did this is there's a lot of emphasis that's placed on the next generation, right? Rather than like chasing some fountain of youth, right? Some pirates invest in the next generation. So for Shanks to take his hat and to put it on Luffy, it is his way of saying, I'm betting on you to become king of the pirates, right? Which is very interesting because Shanks is now in a race against Luffy
Right.
to go get the One Piece.
Right.
Yeah, we're not exactly sure as to why that is. There's a
Shanks has
theory
the
out there that
fourth-
Shanks is evil.
And if Shanks has the fourth, what is it called? Poneglyph or whatever?
Yeah, the fourth road poneglyph. Yeah, you can just call it poneglyphs. Yeah, that's fine.
If Shanks has the
Well,
fourth
actually, no. I
one-
guess you can. You have to be specific.
Okay.
So we don't know if he does.
Okay.
I don't think we know we know. Shanks probably has one of them. Well, that's the thing. You don't need the poneglyph necessarily. They're huge. I think they're like 10 to 20 feet tall, right? They're these giant cubes, right? They're huge. And you don't need to take it with you. You could just put a giant like piece of paper over it or like a sheet, and then like use chalk to like trace the language out onto the giant sheet, and you could just take whatever the inscription was with you. And a few pirates have done that. Like I said, Luffy's got 3. The location of the fourth one right now is a mystery. But again, later.
Okay.
So yeah, we believe Shanks bet on Luffy. We're not exactly sure why. It might have something to do with him eating the Goma Goma no Mi, which is, I didn't point this out earlier. That's the fruit that's above my head. Goma Goma no Mi. There he is. Which that has its own history, but whatever. We don't really need to talk about that. That'll come up much, much later. Luffy decides, all right, well, I'm going to train so I can grow up to be a big, strong pirate. He trains, I think, for like 10 years until he's 17. When he's 17, he's like, I'm going to go become king of the pirates. And he leaves. And before he does, the Lord of the Coast, that monster that Shanks scared away, he gives it a big old punch in the nose and it runs away from him. So great first start. I bring this up because I think it's right after that moment that Luffy says, I'm going to need a crew. I'm going to need 10 men, 10 strong men. That should do it. So he had a hard number that he gave us. When Luffy doesn't say something unless he means it, right? This is one of the many reasons why we like Luffy. He's very honest about things. So let's get into who those characters are. We talked about Zoro earlier. He's our first mate. He's the first pirate we come across. Yeah. I think you have told me that you liked the idea of Zoro. Is this correct?
Yeah. For the little that I know, very cool. Greatest swordsman in the world is his dream.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up. So to be a Straw Hat, you need a few things. Sometimes Luffy just invites like random people to become part of the Straw Hats, but like they don't end up actually becoming part of it. It's usually a joke. When it's random, it's usually a joke. Not that he's joking, he means it. But Oda is kidding sometimes when that happens. But for Oda, in order to become a Straw Hat, you need a couple things. You need to have a dream, big old dream. Like you said, I want to become the greatest swordsman in the world. Luffy, I want to become king of the pirates. I'll get more into that in a second. For those of you who are listening and are yelling at the computer, I will get into that in a second, okay? There's more to Luffy's dream that I haven't gotten into. You also need a great tragedy in your life. You have to have something horrible that has happened to you. Not presumably. Almost all of them, it is the death of a paternal figure or like a loved one. A loved one in their life that was super important to them has died. And this is what has led them to becoming a Straw Hat.
Okay.
In the end. Not that Luffy's ever conscious of that, but like narratively speaking, like that's what happens. Right.
Okay.
This is true for every single Straw Hat, except for Monkey D. Luffy. His mentor, paternal figure, just lost an arm. That's foreboding. I might as well just bring this up right now. We mentioned 5 seconds if you don't want to find out what happened to Ace. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As we mentioned earlier, Portcullis D Ace dies. And something that we didn't talk about, Nick, is Monkey D. Luffy considers Ace his brother. They were not brothers by blood. This was not apparent to us as readers or as viewers at first. When they called each other brother, we just assumed it must be a blood relation. They kind of look similar. But no, we are told that that is not the case. They did kind of like the equivalent of like a blood pact. It was like they drank sake together and they declared each other brothers. There's also a third brother. I can't tell if you're annoyed at that or not.
A third brother, like Saki brother, or
Saki brother. Saki brother. Yeah, it's a third Saki brother. Yeah. His name's Sabo. We don't really meet Sabo until like halfway through the story. But in any case, Ace is that important person that Luffy ends up losing. But this happens right before the time skip. It's actually what directly leads to the time skip is Ace's death. And this is probably the second, if not the most impactful thing that happens to Luffy. It actually represents one of Luffy's like great failures as a character.
Okay.
Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. Anyway, so yeah, those are the two things you need. You need a dream, and you got to be real sad. So yeah, Roronoa Zoro wants to be the greatest swordsman in the world. Of course, Nami. Nami wants to create a map of the whole world. As we said, the world government controls most things. There is not a map that exists because here's the thing: they don't really want you to go travel the sea. Piracy is illegal. This is one of the things. It's one of the things that calls people to the seas because they want to see what's out there, right? So doing so without a map, very, very hard.
The government doesn't want them to travel.
The government would much prefer if you just stayed in your lane. It's not illegal to travel. You can do that as long as you follow the rules. But when I say that, they really don't want you to explore the world, really.
So they don't want you
because they don't want you to find the One Piece. More importantly, they don't want you to find out the truth of what happened during the Void Century. This is a forbidden time period to study. In fact, if you are caught studying this, you are put to death.
They don't want to find the One Piece, and they don't want you to know why there's a void.
That's correct.
So obviously the One Piece is the answer.
Presumably, yes.
To why there is a void.
It appears to be directly tied, yes.
So maybe the One Piece is freedom from government.
That's kind of one of the theories, actually. But a more concrete reason.
But how? Like, and why? And how?
But how and why? Right? But how and why? We'll get into theories, I promise. So yeah, Nami wants to make a map, right? Usopp. Usopp has one of the more abstract dreams. Usopp is our marksman of the crew. Usopp wants to become a brave warrior of the sea. His father, Yasop, is actually a pirate that works on Shanks's boat. He's part of the Red Hair Pirates. So Luffy's actually met Usopp's father prior to him meeting Usopp, which I think Luffy may have spent more time with Usopp's father than Usopp did. Which the live action actually does a great job of showing us how annoyed, or not annoyed, but disappointed Usopp and jealous even that Luffy has gotten to spend more time with his father than Usopp has.
Well, I haven't, from this little I've seen of the anime, which again is like 20 episodes, Usopp is my least favorite character. I hate this guy.
I hate to say this. This is, I think, a pretty popular opinion. I think most people, I think that there is a large, I don't want to say most people, there is a large group of people who do not like Usopp, and I think those people misunderstand Usopp. I get it. I sort of get it. I personally love Usopp.
Of course you do. Of course. I'm not shocked at all. Anyway.
I like a character that has a lot of growth. Oh, man.
Oh, yeah.
What a horrible and hot take.
Yell at growth a couple more times. Maybe you'll believe it. Anyway, continue. What's next?
Right. Thank you, Superhater. Anywho, this is just going to end up being an I Hate Usopp podcast.
It could very quickly become that because that's I'm only 20 episodes in and he's the easiest one to hate so far. Anyway,
yeah, like I said, that unfortunately is a popular opinion. So yeah, he wants to become a brave warrior of the sea. We also meet Tony Chopper. Tony Chopper is the mascot character of One Piece. He is the small reindeer character, humanoid reindeer. Do you know who I'm talking about? Have you ever seen this?
Say that one more time.
Tony Chopper. He's the small reindeer character. Have you seen him?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Just know that he's very cute and we love him. And he's a small, precious boy and he deserves the best. He's actually the crew's doctor.
Okay.
And he wants to create a panacea. I think I'm saying that right. A panacea. Capable of eliminating all disease in the world. I think personally Chopper has the hardest goal to try to get. And bless that boy, that small child, for believing that this is possible. But we love him because he's precious. And he's also he's a very good doctor. He's very good at what he does. He's actually one of the few devil fruit users on the crew. Tony Chopper has eaten he's a reindeer who ate the human fruit, which is why he can stand on 2 feet and why he can talk to people.
Okay.
Right. Why is there a human fruit? We don't know.
These
Oda just likes coming up with like fun little concepts.
Well, okay, that's crazy. All right.
Yeah.
So who else we've got? And then we've also got Sanji.
Thank you. I skipped Sanji. I didn't mean to. Sanji's actually one of my favorites. After Nico, it's probably Sanji. Sanji is the cook of the crew. And I love Sanji's concept. In general, I think it's brilliant. He's a chef, and this is his deepest passion besides women. He loves cooking, and that is why he only fights with his feet. It's why he's a kickboxer, because he never wants anything bad to happen to his hands, because that's what enables him to do the great art with food that he's able to do.
Cool.
Sanji wants to find a place called the All Blue. The All Blue, presumably, is the only spot in the world where all 4 oceans meet. And in the All Blue, where all 4 oceans meet, you can find the rarest of fish from all 4 oceans. And this would be a cook's delight to get there and find all these rare fish to cook on.
Okay.
Nick, do you have any questions?
No, I think the characters of the crew so far, like it's very, they all have like a singular purpose, of course, in uniting to find the One Piece, but they all have their own dreams, right? So that's
Yes, this is correct.
That's very simple and easy to get. I like that. I think my favorite character, just looking at notes, is probably Robin, because I have all the things and all the dreams. I also would like to discover the true history.
Yeah, I actually didn't even say that. Yeah, that is Nico Robin's dream, is to discover the true history of the world. That is pretty cool.
I feel like that is the best way to actually figure out what the One Piece is to actually know the true history. And until the true history is revealed, you guys are just gonna be watching episodes for no fucking reason.
This is untrue. This is false advertisement. So I'm gonna skip to something really quick. And that's about the One Piece. So right before the time skip, maybe not right before, I think the saga right before the One Piece, or right before the time skip, we enter oh my god, it's the archipelago, Sabaody. We enter Sabaody. Sabaody is this chain of islands that's right before the red line, where you got to go under the red line, go to Fishman Island, get to the New World, right? In Sabaody, we meet a very interesting character. We meet a character called Silvers Rayleigh. Silvers Rayleigh was the first mate of Goldie Roger. This is like one of the most important encounters that we find, because he's super powerful. He's crazy strong. He could whoop all of the Straw Hats at that point in the story. He could whoop them all. And It is while we are talking to Silver Israeli, where Usopp, and Nick, you'll like this because this is some good Usopp hate. Usopp comes to the realization and says, wait a minute, you've been to the final island. You've seen what the One Piece is. You know what it is. You could tell us. What is it? What is it? Is it even real? What's the One Piece? Luffy interjects here and says, Usopp, shut the hell up. I don't want to know if the One Piece is real. I swear to God, if he says anything, I will stop all of this right now. I will go home because I will not care if he tells me it's real or not. I don't want to know what it is, so shut your mouth. And Silver Israeli is like, yo, that was the right answer. Yo, good for you. Go find out for yourself, man. I like that. Silver Israeli actually ends up becoming the master for Luffy during the 2-year time skip to teach him Haki and many other things. It's one of my favorite Luffy moments, to be completely honest. And this is what I was mentioning earlier when we were talking about the real One Piece in real life and people going to find it, and the fandom coming to the consensus of maybe we shouldn't look for it because Luffy wouldn't want that. He wouldn't want it to be spoiled. So like neither should we. We should do the journey right.
I appreciate Usopp for asking the questions I would have asked in that moment. It's very interesting that he becomes the trainer for Luffy in the 2 years. Basically, he's going to
his mentor figure.
Train him to be the next person to find the One Piece. And he's wearing the.
There are characters who are betting on Luffy.
Does Silver's really make any comments about the Straw Hat when he sees Luffy for the first time?
Good question. Off the top of my head, I don't think he does. I could be wrong about that. He might say something about Shanks. He definitely does not bring it up in regard to Roger, I don't think. If he does, it's a small comment. Chat, if I'm wrong on that, please educate me. Nothing's come into my memory. If he has in fact mentioned the hat in relation to Roger. But yeah, good question.
Have we seen does Silver's Riley come up again after the time skip stuff?
Yeah, actually, we see Silver's. I should call him. His name is Silver's Rayleigh, but like most people call him Rayleigh. We see Rayleigh a couple times after that in some pretty like big moments. But he has taken no huge active role in trying to find the One Piece. Since A, he's already been there. And B, according to him, he's like, my time is over. It's the time of the next generation, and they should be the ones to find it. As to why Roger and Silvers and the rest of the Roger Pirates never told anybody what it was, we don't know. And that's actually come up in the story. Someone has actually questioned that as to why did they decide to keep that a secret?
Yeah.
That appears to be narratively important.
Yeah, because like the biggest things that come up is like so many people have, like how many people have seen it? Like 5, 10, however many were there. We don't know.
I think Roger's crew, I want to say Roger's crew had 10 maybe. That would mirror Luffy's crew. That would make sense. So I'm not exactly sure, 10. But yeah, it's not more than that.
But like if it was a way to say the truth about like what the government's hiding, like why wouldn't you share it then? But then the answer is because freaking Roger was like, oh, it's not ready yet, which means like if you share this reason and the secret before the rest of the world is ready to hear it, then it's not going to help take the government back over, or maybe whatever that, if that's what the One Piece is.
Right.
So like, you have to wait.
That's why it's too early.
Right. So that's why it's too early to share it, and you have to just keep it to yourself and then pass it along to the next generation and help them do their best to find it when the time is potentially right for everyone to know. But then obviously the question still brings, what the hell is it to begin with?
Which, hey, that's the fun.
The fun, he says. Okay.
So I brought that up because, according to Luffy, it's about the journey, right? And the journey is fun. The journey is actually an extremely enjoyable time because we get to learn so much about this awesome, fun world and sometimes nightmarish world that Oda
Mm.
has crafted for us. Um, and we were talking about the log posts earlier and how you have to go to each one of these islands.
Yeah.
Uh, this, like, from a meta perspective, this concept, this was like Jump's dream come true. Jump magazine. This was like their dream come true as far as like a narrative mechanic for a weekly magazine, right? Because like the goal is you got to get to the One Piece, right? That's the ultimate goal, obviously. But you got to go through all of these individual islands, right? And like what's so great about that is like it keeps the story going for they didn't know, but like years, right? Years at a time because you got to go to each island. And the other part is if you're just jumping into it, something that's pretty cool is like, well, each island becomes like its own story, right? And where you get to meet very specific characters, there's a very specific problem, and there's a very specific conflict to each one of these islands. So yeah, hypothetically, you could just kind of jump in, even though you haven't seen like the first saga or second saga, right? Whatever. I mean, you should, right? But you could hypothetically jump into one of these islands and invest in just the story of that island, right? And you would get a beginning, middle, and end.
Hmm.
Obviously, the story like would continue, and there's
Sure.
parts of each island that are adding to the greater story. But from a narrative mechanic, this is why Jump loved this idea, and why it, as far as its publication and the money it's made, why it's done so well.
Okay. If you're just joining us,
Yeah, this is a good place to like stop and like go over what we're talking about here.
if you're just joining us, if you're still here, thank you for listening. Quick 30-second recap. Joe's watched One Piece 1,000 times for 1,000 episodes. I don't know how many times he's seen it all. Enough, I would say. I've seen maybe 20
A lot.
episodes. I don't know if I'm ever going to watch it. This is Joe's attempt at convincing me. My goal of this conversation is to actually just like figure out what the One Piece is without having ever watched it, which 2 hours into this, I'm realizing is a very bold statement.
This may have been the most bold statement so far, actually.
Copious amounts of notes here of just everything Joe's been talking about. Can't keep it all straight. There's some time skipping involved. This is fascinating.
A great way to keep it straight would be to just read it.
It's fascinating. No, listen. I mean, these notes are scattered all over the place. The most important thing.
I meant the story. You could just read the story.
Oh, sure. That hasn't helped.
I'll convince you.
This is a Spark Notes version. I mean, either I watch 1,000 episodes and know what you know, or I take the notes I'm taking now, and in 2 hours I also know what you know. So here we are.
I want to finish up talking about the characters or the Straw Hats real quick.
Great.
Because we didn't get through all of them. We're almost there though. We mentioned Nico Robin. It's a good segue into Frankie. Frankie is the mechanic of the ship. He is the shipwright. That's what it's called. He is the shipwright of the crew. So he takes care of the boat and takes care of all the things that need fixing. For a long time, that was Usopp, but Usopp wasn't very good at it. Usopp's good at a lot of things. He wasn't very good at fixing the boat. So they needed to get a proper shipwright eventually. After Frankie, another one of my favorite characters, Soul King Brook. His name is just Brook, but Brook has two different titles. Brook is known as Soul King Brook. He's also known as Humming Brook. Dude, I freaking love Humming Brook. That's a cool title. Brook, you may have seen pictures of him. Brook is the musician of the crew. That's the thing. Luffy, there were only two. Luffy said, I need 10 crew members, but there were only two spots on the ship that were super important to him, and that was a chef and a musician. Because you got to have a chef because you got to eat, and the musician, you got to have a musician because you got to party. You got to have someone who can bring the party. This is legit like the order of importance. He was like, gotta have food, you got to have a party. Like, that's what you need on a pirate ship. This is one of the reasons why we love Luffy, because that was top priority for him.
Love it.
So
Okay.
Brook is our musician. He's also a
Yep.
skeleton.
Devil fruit, I imagine.
Yes, it is a devil fruit. I forgot the Japanese translation for this, but he ate the revive fruit. And his story is extremely sad. He was part of a different pirate crew, the Rumbar Pirates. They loved bringing music to children across the world. They loved doing it, and I think they got stuck in the Calm Belt. No, they get stuck in a place called the Florian Triangle, which that should sound familiar. It's a lot like the Bermuda Triangle, right?
Mhm.
Um, they get stuck in the Florian Triangle. I think they're not able to sail out of it because the masts break or something. I can't remember exactly why they get stuck there. But
Okay.
what I do remember and what has stuck with me for years is the whole crew ends up dying of starvation. Uh, yeah, all of them, including Brooke. Um, and when he dies, since he ate the revive fruit, he can go back to his body. However, laughably, and this is such an Oda thing to do, um, he can't find the boat to go back to. Like, he's a soul, right? He's a soul, and he's allowed to go back to his body, but he can't find the boat because the Florian Triangle is covered in fog. So he can't find the boat to find his body, and it takes him so long to find his body, the body has decomposed and become a skeleton. So he revives himself, but it doesn't rejuvenate him. It just revives him. So he's just a living skeleton now.
But he can still die.
Presumably, he can still die. From what we know, the revive fruit only works one time. Um, it has other powers that we have come to know. Like he can do a lot with his soul. Like he can leave his body at any time. And he also appears to have a manipulation over other souls as well. So
Okay.
it's not like as far as like that power goes, it's not like, oh, it's over. Like, I'm
Right.
alive again and it's over.
Right.
He has other powers beyond that. But as far as coming back alive again, we believe, yeah, it was a one-time thing. He can't do that again.
Okay. Who else?
Oh, and the last character is First Knight of the Sea, Jinbei. Jinbei is a fishman. Brought up earlier, there's Fishman Island. He's a whale shark man. This has nothing to do with devil fruits. This is just a species of people on the planet. It's kind of like mermaids. Mermaids
Okay.
also live at Fishman Island.
All right.
Yeah, he's a whale shark, and he is the helmsman of the Straw Hats. So he drives the boat, which
Got it.
I want to be very clear about this. I love Jinbei. I think Jinbei is pretty cool because like most of the characters are pretty goofy in their own individual ways, right?
Mhm.
Even Robin, who's pretty serious, she's pretty goofy, like in her own very specific way. Jinbei is kind of the parent of the crew because he's just always serious. He's always just a serious guy. He's not very goofy. Um, so I like that. I think that's a fun dynamic to introduce, right? Like the straight man of the group, right?
Yeah.
I will say this though. It didn't really seem like they had any problems driving the boat before Jinbei showed up. I don't understand why do they needed a helmet. This is like the big thing, like why members of the community are like, why did Jinbei need to come? Like they were driving the boat just fine before Jinbei showed up. Um, there's like there's something I forgot what this is called. I think it's like the green wave or something. It's like it's this gnarly wave that like nobody can ride it. No one can like steer out of it because it's impossible. Good thing Jinbei's here because Jinbei can. It's like it's just a dumb like narrative moment that happens just because Jinbei like just joined the crew, and we gotta like validate the fact that he's like this amazing helmsman.
Right.
Um,
Okay. Got
right.
it.
That part's kind of lame. I do love Jinbei. I think he's awesome, but yeah, we didn't need this reason. We didn't need we didn't need this green wave to justify him being on the crew. Oda sometimes has flaws.
Jesus. All right. So, um, that's the crew.
That's the crew. Well, remember I said 10, right? It's unclear if Luffy meant 10 including him or if he's going to go find 10 additional people. We do not know what he meant exactly, because right now the whole crew is 10, including Luffy. So maybe we're done. Maybe there's going to be one more. Right now in the current saga, it looks like that could happen with a character they just met.
Okay.
We're not exactly sure.
Got it. So it's like a. Never mind. Yeah, I was gonna make an Ocean's 11 joke, but that's crazy.
We kind of.
All right.
Kind of. It's got a whole crew.
Right. Okay. So great. While you were doing that, I thought of a question that I wanted to ask you.
While I was doing that, you stopped listening.
No, I didn't stop listening. I just, my goal is to find the One Piece, and you were talking about characters, which is important.
Nick, we've been trying to do this for 25 years. How are you going to do this in 4 hours?
Watch me. Okay, so the question I wanted to ask is Rayleigh.
Rayleigh. Yep, there you go.
How many other characters have we met that have also seen the One Piece?
Yes. Oh, great question. We've met. So the crew has met 4, I believe. They were all on Goldie Roger's boat.
Okay, name them all for me. Rayleigh.
So there's. All right, you're gonna like this, right? So it's Gold Roger, right? Silver's Rayleigh, Scopper Gabon.
Who?
Scopper Gabon. So like they had like a gold, silver, copper thing going on.
Yeah, I can see that. Okay, and then who's the 4th? Bronze.
Oh, the 4th is a doctor. The 4th is a doctor that they met at Reverse Mountain. I cannot remember his name. I am drawing a blank on it. But yeah, they met the doctor of the Roger Pirates, and he had also seen it. I believe. Was he on it? Why wouldn't they ask him about it? Hang on a second.
Yeah,
did he actually see it? He was part of the Roger Pirates, but I don't remember if he saw it. He might not have seen it. I'm not exactly sure about that, because the first time they ever think to ask somebody is Silvers, and they meet Silvers later. So yeah, maybe he didn't actually, but he was on the Roger Pirates. So it's at least 3 that they've met, maybe 4. I'm not positive.
Sorry, the chat's making me laugh. They're like, if you list Roger's crew off memory, I swear to God, I'm gonna Joe's trying hard.
No, I could not do that. I could not do that. There, because like the thing is, like I believe most of Roger's crew has been revealed to us through like information outside of the main story. And like I have seen their names. I honest to God could not do that. If you gave me another hour, maybe I could think of one more.
No, that's okay. Well, I mean, you might have another hour, but we'll see. Okay, so my main question though is, of the 3, maybe 4 people who we've met that have seen the One Piece, is Rayleigh the only one that commented on it?
I don't know if Scopper mentioned it. So we actually just met Scopper for the first time in Elbaf, in the current island that they're on right now.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah. So this is actually a recent development.
It's interesting that he's like that close. No,
it is interesting. And Elbaf appears to probably have some close ties to whatever the One Piece is. But yeah, we know that he fell in love with a woman on Elbaf, and that's why he's been sticking around. Yeah. Okay. I don't think he's said anything specifically about the One Piece yet. And to be fair, they haven't really had a lot of time to ask him. They met him, and then like chaos kind of like broke out on the island like immediately.
Okay. So this is a potential development for later.
Yeah, I would say so. Like, you know what? I'm like 99% sure he hasn't said anything about it yet, mostly because of like how fast the story of Elbaf has been moving. But like,
so
when the conflict is over,
I should just start watching at the beginning of the Elbaf story. That's what you're saying. Would that piss you off? That would piss you off. You'd be so mad.
It would not. It would not. I don't think you should, but it would not piss me off. I will say 2 things about that. One, you can't watch it at this exact moment. One of the reasons why we're talking about One Piece is because One Piece season 1 finally ended after over 25 years.
That statement is insane. For the record,
such an insane statement. Toei is the company that produces One Piece as a weekly anime. I think that was their joke. It was like, yeah, the first season's over, guys. Second season's coming out in 6 months. No one actually takes that seriously. I don't think. It's just a joke. But the reason why that they stopped is,
Christ.
well, hopefully, is to give some animators a break. But also they are starting to invest more in the current technology of animation for One Piece because of how popular it has become. Because like there was a point where this is a point against the show. Jesus. So I went through the whole show before I read the manga. If I had to recommend one or the other to somebody, I would definitely say the manga because the pacing issues aren't as prevalent as they are in the anime. Um, and the reason for that is it was a weekly anime, and they would try to translate a chapter an episode, sometimes half a chapter an episode, which like that's insane. Chapters are 33 pages long. Animes are 23 minutes long. That's not a lot of content. So like they would stretch these episodes out, right? So anyway, that's why they're taking a break right now. They're letting the manga develop, and they're also investing more in the quality of the episodes, right? However, when season 2 starts, it's starting with Elbaf, which is very cool. So you could just start with Elbaf, Nick. When I first got into One Piece, um, so I first watched it as a kid, and I don't think I wasn't super into it, but like I would watch it, I would keep up with it. I thought it was interesting. Um, but this was the Four Kids. Four Kids? No. Is it Four Kids now? I never get this right. It was the original dub, and the original dub was terrible. um, anyway, I stopped watching it after a certain point as a kid. I didn't care about it anymore. However, I bring this up because later in life, this happened like 9 years ago. I think it was 9 years ago. Um, I was surfing YouTube, and YouTube was like, "Hey, you like anime, you nerd? Would you like to see this video of this pirate fight this man who's made of donuts?" And I was like, I don't know what this is. So I clicked on it just for fun. And for those of you who are listening, it was the Luffy versus the Katakuri fight. Um, and looking at this fight and thinking about where I had last seen Luffy, which was like the middle of a desert in the Alabasta Saga. The fight is happening in like this reverse mirror world. Like they're in a world like full of mirrors, and it's just Luffy and this guy. This guy who's like twice Luffy's height. He's got like biker biker gang attire, right? He's got this huge scarf around his face so you can't see his mouth. And he can stretch himself the same way Luffy can, but instead of it being rubber, it's mochi donuts. So he appears to have like a very similar power set to Luffy, but he's also beating the shit out of Luffy, right? He can also see 2 seconds into the future, and because of that, he can dodge most of Luffy's attacks. This fight was fascinating to watch. I was like, how did they get from the desert to this? And like the fight was just like so intense, and I was like enthralled with what was going on. So I started watching. It's called Whole Cake Island. I started watching Whole Cake Island, and I got to the end of Whole Cake Island, and I was like, have to start from the beginning. I have to I have to know how they got here. Like I don't even care about the One Piece. I just have to know how they got to this point because this point is crazy out of context. That's what got me in it. So like I can't say don't start with Elbaf when it starts because I did that. And that's what made me interested, you know?
Then you went back and watched the rest of it.
Yep, I sure did. And then eventually when I caught up, I went back and I read the rest of it too.
Yeah, my goodness.
Yeah, I mean it's a good time, man. It's a good time.
I am very intrigued. I will say we're 2.5 hours in, and we're
making progress. We're making progress, chat.
I'm like, dang, I might have to do it, you know. And I will also give credit to the live action because I did watch like the first 3 episodes of the live action so far.
Oh right, yeah.
And you know what? Like I enjoyed it. Like one thing that's really tough with like making an anime live action is like anytime they've tried it, it's like the acting has been absolutely atrocious and it's just like really hard. and
Yeah,
not good. And
you
I
were
did
correct.
not have that experience. I think the live action's actually been pretty solid so far, and I enjoyed it.
This
So,
is this
um,
is pretty like that's pretty much consensus. Most people
yeah,
agree that like
it was
for
cool.
anime adaptations, like pretty solid.
I was really shocked. So that also helps. Man. Anyway, I'm not committing. I'm not saying yes yet, everybody, but it is
I
interesting.
want to
What?
want to call out. I have a request of the chat. Chat. Remember, the mission here is to convince Nick to either read or start watching One Piece. Um, if you wouldn't mind, let us know why you started reading or watching One Piece. I'd love to know why other people decided to get on board and make such a big investment into such a big story.
I mean,
Um,
Perfect G's saying they started with Thriller Bark, whatever that means. You would know,
Thriller
I
Bark,
imagine.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's I mentioned Brooke's story earlier. That's where we first meet Brooke.
It seems like a decent amount of people are like, they start somewhere, not at the beginning, and then they decide they have to start at the beginning. So maybe I can start with Elbath. Once
This
they
is what I'm saying. Like that, this is kind of the genius of like the story and starting an island because like each island has a beginning, middle, and end, so you
Cool.
can just
All right.
jump in.
I think what I can absolutely agree on is that Oda is a phenomenal storyteller. It's very cool
Yes.
looking. I mean, all these notes about the world he's built's incredible, and I love shit like that. So it's very fun. It's just hard to, yeah, 1,000 episodes, you don't know what the One Piece is yet. It's insane. Um,
It is, it is.
but
But you know what? Let me say something on that. Let me say something on
it's fun.
that.
It's fun. It's
I
fun.
respect the hell out of Oda as an author. I think he's super creative. Um, and I don't want to glow him up like to be like flawless. Oda has
Yeah.
flaws. Every author does, right? And Oda's flaws are going to be more on display because he's been writing the same story for 25 plus years, right?
Sure.
So like we can look back and find some pretty glaring ones. I will say this though. Uh, I think, and man, people might get mad at me for this. I don't know. I think that this story, narratively speaking, and the impact of this story when it is over will be one of the most important stories told since Lord of the Rings.
Woo.
I like fantasy wise, fiction wise, I think most people would agree Lord of the Rings is one of the stories of all time. I think One Piece absolutely. I'm not saying that it would be better than Lord of the Rings, and maybe there's arguments for that. Maybe there's arguments against that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it will be one of the most impactful stories, one of the most influential stories when it finishes of all time. And one of the reasons I say that is there will never be a story like One Piece ever again. The very idea that One Piece exists in the medium that it does defies all logic. Because, like, Nick, I want you to think about this for a second. Can you name me another story
No.
that is a weekly
No.
publication
No. I cannot.
that has lasted for 25 years and is a giant mystery, and we still don't know the answer to it?
No.
And when we do get to that answer, that's going to be a big deal because I do believe that that answer does exist. I hope at least at this point I have convinced you that that answer probably exists.
It's crazy that
That's going to
there's
be a
an
huge
answer.
deal.
It's crazy that there's an answer. Like it's insane that there is an answer. I mean, I think that's very clear
Yes.
that Oda is like, yes, there's an answer. It's not the journey. It's not the friends we made along the way. Like there's a legitimate thing, which like first of all is insane for him to say. Like it's crazy that the fact that he has that expectation set means that he knew all along what it was going to be, and he's just been figuring out like how fucking
How to get
crazy
there.
how much cooler and crazy can the story get on the way? Like how insane can this journey be? Like it's unbelievable.
To just glow him up just a little bit more. One of the reasons, like again, to just back up what I've just said, as far as being one of the most influential stories of all time.
Yeah.
Um, comics wise, Nick, I know I've told you this before. This is like one of my favorite facts about One Piece. Comics wise, the two most selling comics in all of history,
Yeah.
Batman and Superman, right? They've been selling since the late 30s, I believe,
Yeah.
early 40s. I believe Superman's in like 1939, something like that. Um, so I think Batman had at least at the time sold over 300 million copies around the world. One Piece, again, which has been published since 1997, surpassed Batman. And that was once thought impossible. I don't even think Spider-Man had surpassed Batman. And think about that, Spider-Man, right? Like, think about how popular Spider-Man is.
That's insane.
Superman, it was once believed no one would ever surpass Superman. I think Superman is like, I want to say 600 or 700 million copies around the world. One Piece is right now at 500 million. And at one point, it was believed, no, it won't catch it. We're not even at the ending yet, and people are more and more fans just keep jumping on board. It is now believed it is not if it is going to surpass Superman, it is a matter of when it is going to surpass Superman, right?
Yeah.
Last favorite fact. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, no, I was just gonna say. I mean, there's at least another 1,000 episodes. So there's at least another like 1,000.
Right. There's another 2.5 years in story, like in story time, right?
Come out. So yeah, I mean, for sure, it's insane. It's insane. I have
my. No, go ahead.
I'm just looking at your notes, and there's some things we haven't gotten to yet, and I want to call a couple of these out.
I know.
In case you're ready to go there.
There's something I've circled. Let me just say this one last fact.
Okay.
One last fact.
Okay.
This is just a fun one. I don't think I've told you this one before. The top 10 most selling authors of all time, and I mean all time, like globally, historically speaking, right? Mm-hmm. Nick, if you were to guess at, other than Oda, because obviously I'm mentioning this because Oda is on the list. Other than Oda, if you were to take a guess, who do you think is on this list?
Authors of all time.
Yeah. No, I guarantee you can name at least 2 of them, maybe even 3 of them.
Rowling.
Yep, Rowling is one of them.
I mean, I don't know if Tolkien would be on there. Is he? Okay.
Yep, Tolkien. Yep, Tolkien's on there.
Only because like it was so old, I didn't know if the book sales had caught up.
I will give you a clue. I'll give you a clue as far as like people who are on here. Shakespeare is on this list.
Okay. Jesus. All right. So then like Homer.
Well, maybe actually, I'm not sure if Homer's on the list. He might be. He really might be.
Anyway,
the only other person I would care to mention is Stephen King. Stephen King is also on the list. Eiichiro Oda surpasses Tolkien. Surpasses Tolkien, I think. I might be wrong on Tolkien. I think he does. Surpasses Rowling. It surpasses Stephen King. In fact, of the top 10, all living authors, he surpasses all of them. Only dead authors who admittedly had much longer times to publish things, like William Shakespeare. Admittedly, much longer times. Only dead authors have sold more than Eiichiro Oda. Globally speaking and historically speaking.
That's insane. Okay.
That is insane.
That's insane. All right.
I love that fact.
Looking at your notes, there's a couple things. I'm just going to call them out. We might not get past this one that I'm going to call out first because this is the most interesting of the things I'm currently looking at.
Okay.
Destroy the red line.
Okay, so yeah, we're talking about One Piece theories now. What is the One Piece? Okay. So destroy the red line. This is related to what the One Piece could be. So Nick, Oda said that the One Piece is something. Go ahead.
Right. It could be a way to get rid of government, or based on the notes, a way to unite the world is what the One Piece is. Which then would mean that the One Piece is the directions on how to destroy the red line, potentially.
Or a tool. Could be a tool to destroy the red line.
But it's not ready yet.
Could be. Yeah, you could be correct. So to further explain this idea, and the chat probably is fully aware of what this idea is. The One Piece so the One Piece could be a tool to help destroy the red line, right? But more so, the One Piece is an idea, right, of destroying the red line and destroying the Grand Line so that the world becomes one piece, right? And that could be two things, right? That could be all the four oceans combining into one, and also bringing one piece all over the world, right? PEACE, right? Like it could be both.
And
Which relates
if they
to it. I
get
think
rid
you
of
just got there. I think you just got there. Go ahead, say it.
no, I was gonna say if they get rid of the red line, then that means Sanji's gonna be able to.
I was hoping you'd make that conclusion. Yup.
Yeah.
Yup.
Where's my Sanji
Yep.
notes? But yeah, Sanji's gonna be able to sit at the what is it? What did he call it? Hold on. There's so many notes here. This is insane. I blame you and Oda for sure that my notes are this chaotic. I thought I had a big enough desk for all of these notes. I do not. Okay, what was Sanji's exact dream? He wants to sit at the center of all four.
He wants to get to the all blue.
All blue.
The legendary spot in the ocean where all four oceans meet.
That's right.
Yes, and people do not believe that the all blue exists. They think that it's just a myth. Which maybe it doesn't exist.
It doesn't.
Maybe it doesn't exist yet.
Exactly. Yes, I'm on that. That is an obvious. I think that's obvious. That's obvious. Okay, this is my favorite.
It does appear that is where the story is going. It does appear that way.
Destroy the red line. All four oceans combine. Sanji. Dream comes true. Cool. I like this theory.
So to give that theory some more credence,
yes, please.
When we go to Fishman Island, there is a prophecy that is told. Oda loves taking things and like subverting them. And one of those things was this prophecy. Madame Charlotte, I believe is her name. Madame Charlotte gives a prophecy that Monkey D. Luffy will be responsible for destroying the world. And when that prophecy is stated, it's very everyone's scared because they're like, well, he's clearly a villain. He's going to destroy the world. But maybe destroying the world doesn't mean what we think it means, right? Maybe it means destroying this red line and really bringing in a new world era, right? Or new world order, right?
Could just mean destroying the world as we know it currently.
Destroying the world as we know it currently, yeah, could be. Could be. We're not exactly sure, but yeah, it does appear to be pointing in that direction.
Or if you destroy the red line, it would cause probably an insane tsunami of the oceans readjusting, and then half of the islands would get wiped out potentially.
So that is, you are touching on something that's actually very important to the story. I have been hesitating to talk about this because like this reveal only came maybe about 2 years ago, I think, in the manga.
Great, hold on. Perfect G's got a great point though. If we destroyed the red line, then mapping the world would be very tough.
Right. True. Yeah. No. I mean that's true. Right. But
Nami would have to start from scratch.
I've thought about that. Yes,
Nami would have to start from scratch, right?
Yes. Nami would probably have to start from scratch. I have thought about this because I think that this is actually, hypothetically, let's say this is all correct, and I do have a wrench to throw at this in a second. Let's say it's all correct, and that this is where it is all going, which maybe it is, right? I think that this would be a perfect segue, presuming that Luffy lives in the end of all this. Maybe he goes down like Gold D. Roger. We don't know. Presuming he lives through all of this and like the red line's destroyed, what a perfect segue into like the next journey for him and Nami to go map the world together, right? Like what a perfect like next journey for the King of the Pirates to go on, right? I could very well see that being like the next big adventure for him, because like what would he do after he's already seen the whole world? Well, the world's different now, so like go see the world, right? It's a whole new adventure.
Destroy the red line, create a new world, the new story begins. Not that Oda has to write that story, but then we at least know what they do next, basically, is what you're saying. Right.
Yes. And I'm gonna go ahead and throw the wrench in right now. So this has been a popular idea, especially because of the Sanji thing, right? And this doesn't necessarily mean that the idea is wrong. It just means we don't have a complete idea of what all of this is. It doesn't explain why Roger laughed. And that's why I love that detail so much, because nothing yet has explained why he and the crew laughed. Let's say it is like instructions on how to destroy the Red Line or something, right? It doesn't explain that. We're missing a detail. It could still be it, right? But we're missing some kind of detail there.
Why did he laugh? Fuck.
This is the thing that we've all been banging our heads on.
How
Why did he laugh?
Don't hate this show? Why don't you guys hate this story? This is so frustrating. Unbelievable. This is worse than anything.
Frustrated. You are frustrated because I gave you all of this in 2 hours.
There are no answers,
we have been
guys.
Slow,
There's only more questions.
We were slow dripped this. We were slow dripped this for years, so we've been able to you're just getting overwhelmed, man. It's all right, totally natural. You just got to relax the body.
This is
just
crazy.
Relax, just breathe. You're going through a freak out right now.
You guys are insane, man. Unbelievable. Why laugh? That's a great question. Probably because you have to destroy the Red Line, and he was like, "I don't want to do that yet. We'll let someone else do it."
I don't wanna.
He's like, "This is too much work. I want to be king of the pirates. I don't want to destroy the Red Line and redo the world just yet. Like, we'll let someone else take care of this later. I'm just gonna tell him it's not ready." What if he's just playing a big joke on everybody?
There's a detail that I have not told you yet that is important for whatever the final war is going to be. So the One Piece, it's whatever it is, it's something that's important to the history of this world, right? There are 3 other things that are important to the history of the world. And they are, oh my God, I'm forgetting the exact wording on this, but they are the great weapons, the great weapons of the world.
Okay.
These weapons have been lost, or presumably people don't know where they are necessarily.
Wait,
but these were weapons that were. Sorry, say again.
4 parts for the true history. One of them is the One Piece.
I phrased it that way, yes, but don't think of it as those are 4 pieces of a puzzle.
Sure.
But these are 4 historical objects, right? And the One Piece is presumably one of them.
And then the other 3 are weapons.
Yes. Uranus, Poseidon, and oh God, what is it? Uranus, Poseidon, Neptune. Uranus, Poseidon, and Neptune. Neptune? I think that's right. I think I have that right. Uranus, Poseidon, and Neptune. I think I might be messing that last one up. Chat, help me if I got it wrong. These are 3 weapons. I think it is Uranus. Is it Uranus? Poseidon. I think it's Poseidon. That presumably this is the weapon to control the Sea Kings. The Sea Kings are the giant sea monsters that exist in the Calm Belt that are of crazy size proportions. Whatever you think the biggest thing that you can think of, it's bigger than that. It's insanely monumental creature, right?
Pluton.
I think it's Poseidon that would give you control over that.
What about Pluton?
Go ahead, sorry.
Pluton?
Pluton, that's it. Thank you, whoever said that. Thank you.
Perfect G.
Pluton. Thank you, Perfect G. You've been saving my butt. Pluton. God, Jesus. Pluton, and Perfect G, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe Pluton is a ship that was once built that Frankie's master, who is actually a member of the Roger Pirates as well. However, the Straw Hats never met him. They never met him. This was just the mentor in Frankie's life who died. Remember, they all have to have tragedies. This was Frankie's tragedy.
Okay.
It was a ship. I don't remember exactly why the ship is relevant off the top of my head. Pluton is in an island, though. A character has seen Pluton, or at least where Pluton is located. It was in an island called Wano. It was secretly stored there. Um, and I believe Uranus, the last one, this is a great weapon of destruction. Um, and we believe the world's government, we don't know exactly what it is, but we've seen it used. And I bring this up because of what you brought up about maybe like there'll be a great tsunami when the red line goes, right? Okay. So Uranus appears to be this island destroying weapon. Um, there's an island called Lulusia. I cannot believe I just pulled that out. I can't believe I just remembered that. Lulusia. Um, there's an island called Lulusia, and it was important in the background story for a few reasons. But there was a moment where one of the revolutionaries, I'll get into that in a moment. Oh my God, we haven't even talked about the revolutionaries. Oh my God. There was a revolutionary who was at the island that the world government wanted to destroy for reasons I won't get into right now. So they end up instead, because they're not sure exactly where he is, they just know he's at Lucia and they need to kill him. They decide to just destroy the whole island. When they do that, a giant beam of light comes from the sky. There was like a shadow hanging over the island. And everyone was like, "What's that?" And like they only could see like clouds in this shadow. And then this giant beam of light comes down and just obliterates the entire island. So much so that there is now just a gap, a literal gap in the ocean. This displaces the water of the ocean. And it makes, I think, if I recall this correctly, it makes the ocean rise by 2 feet. If I call that correctly, it might be 2 meters. It's probably 2 meters. Um, the reason why that's important is because we learn, and I'm going to do this because I've been hesitating talking about this. This was a crazy reveal. So if you're into this, if you're just joining us, you're not caught up, maybe turn this off because this is a crazy reveal. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It is revealed to us that the world that exists in front of us today is not the way the world always was. It is revealed that there is a world under the ocean and that there was a great flood that presumably the world government, or at least the powers that be currently, was responsible for. And they washed that old world away
The
by
void.
raising the ocean.
The void
Presumably,
century.
yes. Yes, presumably during the Void Century. That raised the ocean the way we see it today. I think like 2,000 meters, if I recall, something like that. I think it's 2,000 meters that they raised the ocean. This is a crazy reveal. And like, honestly, it explains so much of Oda's world, so much of like what we see around the world, why certain islands are the way that they are, because like they're the tops of mountains. And yeah, that this government or like this world entity, right,
I think
took
the One
control
Piece,
by
the
literally
One Piece
changing the
reverses
whole world.
clearly the One Piece is gonna put the world back the way it should be.
Well, maybe we don't know if it puts the world back the way it should be. It might take the world into a new direction entirely.
Ugh.
Maybe.
Yeah, because if you destroy that
I know,
island
it's
and the
crazy
water
stuff.
level, you destroy the island and the water level raises,
Right.
which is wild. With that, so that small thing makes the destroy the red line theory. That means if you destroy the red line, that's a huge piece of land,
It's a huge piece of land and a large amount of water, right?
which means then that everything would rise.
Yes. Yes.
Basically,
Presumably would destroy the world.
Then there would be no land, which is why
Mhm.
Monkey D. Luffy will destroy the
correct.
world.
Which is why Monkey D. Luffy would destroy the world. Yes.
Okay, so
That
chaos.
is a theory, at least.
Chaos theory is what this
But yeah,
is.
the Great Flood thing, like that was an insane reveal when that came out. There's this tree that exists in I think it was Ohara, as a library, right? And there's this big tree there, but like it's a weird looking tree, because like it's got roots, right? But it also has roots halfway up the tree, right? It's weird. It's just got this ring of roots halfway up the tree, which would imply that at some point the ground or the water was much higher than what it was. So like there's parts of like the water story that we don't fully know yet, but it tells us that the world was way different, right? By the way, like little details like that was revealed, or like not revealed, that was shown to us years ago, well before it was revealed that the water raised 2,000 meters. Or whatever the exact number. It's an insane number, whatever the
But
exact
that
number is.
implies then that
Um,
the water has been higher and also lower at different times in history.
it does imply that, yes. Also, the world government has been building 4 bridges for, I think, 200 years, 250 years. These gigantic bridges that are like way above the surface of the sea. And they've been building it for 250 years. They make slaves do it, right? And at the time, it was very unclear as to why they were building those bridges. These 4 bridges that would seemingly, I think they would connect the world, I think. Um, but it was not clear. Now it is clear why they want those bridges. Also, the world government, the seat of their power is on the top of the red line. It is at the highest point of the red line. So presumably, if the world floods, if they continued to make the world flood, they would be unaffected by it. And so it explains like why they're so high up. So like there have been these little clues Oda's been peppering in through the way he's drawn the world as to what happened years ago. You know, this is why we believe that the One Piece is a real thing, because he's been showing us little clues along the way about this great big history that we have yet to fully see. I know, it's overwhelming. It's a lot.
Ah! I just want to throw.
You're gonna watch One Piece. You're gonna watch it. You're totally invested right now. I can tell. Look at you. You just don't want to admit it. You're interested. You're big interested.
I think I'm more mad than I was 20 minutes ago. I'll tell you that.
I mean, that's fair.
The One Piece either destroys the world
fair
or
reaction.
it gets rid of all the water, and then there's no water, which would be very, very disappointing for Sanji.
And all the fish.
Well, no, I mean, if you get rid of the red line, then the government whose tower is above the red line, wouldn't that collapse?
Oh yeah, yeah. So it would destroy the seat of power for the world government. Yeah,
destroy the red line for sure. That's like, not that might not be what the One Piece does.
Eat the rich.
Destroying the red line for sure is going to happen. I mean, you have to destroy the red line. Obviously, it's clearly the thing.
It looks like
it's keeping the world segregated. You gotta destroy the red line regardless of what the One Piece is or isn't. So
it does appear that way. Yes,
that's gonna happen. Which that alone makes me want to watch One Piece because that's gonna be fucking cool. Cool. Right now you haven't convinced me to watch everything, but you've convinced me to start at Elphaba or whatever it's called.
Elbaf. So Elbaf is Elbaf because it is Fable backwards.
Man, Oda likes his fucking stuff, man. That's hilarious.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah, he loves it. He's so clever with it too. Like just a fun one. So all the devil fruits on at least for the straw hats. Mm-hmm. All the devil fruits have double meanings. So like again, this goes into like the nuance of the Japanese language. So gomu means rubber, right? Rubber fruit. Gomu no mi. But if you separate gomu, mm-hmm. It creates the numbers 5 and 6. So Luffy, like, the number 56 gets associated with him like everywhere. So like a couple times his bounty was like 5.6 million berries. He always has like the number 56 on him somewhere. Uh-huh. This happens with literally all of them. The Ito no Mi, that's the person fruit. I think I want to say that's 1212. I can't remember what toe is. I might have that wrong. But yeah, that's Chopper's fruit. So you see those numbers with him associated. Robin She has the Hana Hana no Mi. I think that is Hana. I think that's 7-4. 7-4. So you see, she's constantly associated with the number 7-4. He loves doing stuff like that. He's obsessed with like numerology. He's obsessed with like wordplay, which is
Yeah.
why like the One Piece is probably like a wordplay on something.
Right. Well,
Yeah,
and the fact that like the only person who's ever said it, or not ever said it, but like Roger doesn't say One Piece. The narrator gives it the name, and
right.
then
Oh
everyone
my
else,
God, yeah. Thanks for bringing that back up. Yeah,
and then everyone else in the story just like calls it that. But like Roger never called it that, which implies
no.
that the name was
At
given. That was
least when he died, he never said that. He never said
right,
One Piece,
which
right?
means
I
that
think
like
in other flashbacks, I think maybe he has since then, right? But at least at
well,
the time, he never
okay,
said it.
got it. Okay, so but he has said it at some point in flashbacks. Then
I think he probably has. Yeah.
okay, man, that's interesting. Okay,
But yeah, when he was executed, yeah, he never actually said, "Go find the One Piece."
so we've been doing this for 3 hours. I need a quick bathroom break. Joe, why don't you
I
just like recap while I step away for 2 seconds?
Yeah, I can do that. When you come back though, I also need that bathroom break. So
Fantastic.
yeah, I will recap here. Yeah, for those of you who've been sticking with us, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Uh, if you're new to us, we are May the Review Be With You. We are a podcast that we try to release bi-weekly if we can. Sometimes life gets in the way. You understand. I'm sure all of you understand that. But yeah, we cover movies and TV shows. Um, we just finished a big project that we've been working on for 2 years. That was a lot of fun. It was our time travel movie draft, where Nick and I we created a pool of time travel movies, and we started drafting with like I think it was like 6 different categories. So like you had to fill a movie for time travel romance, time travel comedy, time travel mystery, superhero time travel, right? Things like that. And we wanted to see which of us could create the best list of time travel movies. It took us 2 years, and I'm actually really upset that apparently the day we started it was January. I forgot the exact day. I think it was like January 14th, 2024. We finished and we published the last one January 2026 or January 14th, January 15th, 2024. So we like missed the exact day to like match it up in 2 years. We missed it by like one day. And I'm still mad about it because I can't take a time travel machine. I can't take a time machine and fix that to have that full circle moment. Nick, I'm telling them about the thing with our time travel draft that I'm really upset about. But that's okay.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
was still a fun project to do with you.
All right. Well, while you take your bathroom break, I will recap everything I've learned about One Piece here in
Cool.
the last 3 hours.
I was talking about May the Review Be With You, but yeah, tell them about what we've been doing here
Yeah,
today. I'll be right
yeah,
back.
yeah. No, excellent. So Joe is the One Piece expert of our podcast. He's seen it all and he's read it all, and I've seen like 20 episodes. And today, Joe's goal is to convince me to watch One Piece, and my goal is to figure out what the One Piece is, so I don't have to watch it, basically. And Joe had a great outline planned. I've taken just like crazy amounts of notes on everything he's been saying about the characters and Oda and the story. Some interesting things so far that I have stumbled upon are the timeline is insane, right? There's this like from the start to the time skip, which is like, I guess, I don't know, the middle of the show. It's only like 2 months in One Piece time. And Oda has said that One Piece, the world operates on a different like time scale. And then from the time skip to currently where we are caught up in the story, it's only like 3 months of One Piece. And if you include the 2 years of what the time skip apparently is like 2 years, that's like 2.5 years. So the full story is like 2.5 years in One Piece time, which would imply that there's another 2.5 years left of One Piece story time if Oda's original comments about the story being 5 years long are to be taken literally in the One Piece timeline. So that would, I mean, Jesus, maybe another 1,000 episodes for everyone to figure out what's going on. That would be crazy. Um, the thing we just talked about theories, destroying the red line seems extremely exciting. I think that would be funny. I don't know. Everyone's always questioning why Gall Roger laughs when he sees the One Piece for the first time, or the only time, and he laughs. I think it would be pretty funny if the reason he laughs is because he realizes that the red line has to be destroyed in order for the One Piece to work, or to maybe that's what it does, or whatever. Anyway, I'm not even closer to figuring out what the One Piece is at all. Which I guess to everyone listening, it's probably not shocking, since most of you probably know more about One Piece than me, and nobody knows either. The other thing that is very interesting, I had another timeline. Oh, the Void. That's what I wanted to talk about. The history of the world, which, like, that seems extremely important, and I feel like if we knew the history of the world, we probably would know what the One Piece actually is. So I feel like figuring out the history of the world is probably one of the more important tasks of the crew. We got, what was the comment on what the One Piece might be is Luffy's dream. Okay, cool. I will ask Joe about Luffy's dream when he gets back. Excellent call. Luffy's dream, we're going to find out about that later when Joe gets back. And then, yeah, the timeline, right? The Void. Like, that's crazy that we just have, like, this whole gap. We just got done talking about the fact that, like, the water levels have potentially risen and fallen in the history of this world. And there's Joe. All right. I vamped for long enough. Joe, while you were gone. Wait a second. He can't hear me yet. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Hello. Yes.
Joe, while you were gone, the perfect G, who's still hanging out with us, fantastically gracious.
Hey, what's up,
Thank
G?
you. Had a question.
Oh,
Or
yeah,
not a
what's up?
question, but more like something you probably want to get to at some point. About
Probably.
what the One Piece might be, and a good clue.
Hmm.
And that is Luffy's dream. Is potentially.
Oh, yeah, I did want to talk about this. Thank you. Yeah, this is I'm so glad you brought this up. So yeah, I think maybe I made a reference to this like a while ago. I don't remember. We've talked about so much. But yeah, so Nick, if I were to ask you what is Luffy's dream, what would you say?
Well, become Pirate King.
Right, okay, right. That's what we all assumed, right?
Right.
Turns out Luffy has a secret dream that was not readily obvious to us for a long time. I think like there was even like debate in the community about whether or not we misunderstood this, because I don't think it really comes up until we get another Luffy flashback, like halfway through the story. I think it's like right before the time skip. We get a flashback of Luffy when he was a kid with his two brothers, right? Sabo and Ace. And I think it briefly comes up during that flashback that he has this dream. So it turns out that for Luffy, he eventually makes this very clear later when he tells his crew, "Hey guys, like this is my dream, and like we don't get to hear what it is. Like it's still a secret to us." But like the reaction to the crew is very divided. Some members of the crew are like, "Oh, why would you say that? That's ridiculous. What are you talking about?" Right? And like other members of the crew are like, "Luffy, I think that's beautiful. Like I love that. I want to see your dream come true." Right? So like whatever it is, it was a polarizing it was a very polarizing thing for the crew. So yeah, like I said, we don't know. But apparently, to achieve his dream, Pirate King is merely a way of achieving that. I think there have been small ideas as to what the dream could be. Perfect G, please feel free if I'm not touching on the thing that you want me to say, please feel free to educate me. But I believe some of the ideas have been to like some people believe, well, Luffy loves to party, so maybe it's like to have a party with like the whole world, right? I do think I know what you want me to say with the dream thing, actually. I just remembered it. some people think that he wants to feed the entire world. Food is a huge theme in One Piece. I'll get back to that. The thing about the dream, Luffy, when he has said his dream, very few people have actually heard it. Um, Two of those people, as we'd mentioned before, are Ace, right? Ace also met. So we actually get a backstory on Ace, um, sort of. We don't get a lot about him, but like later down the line, after he's killed, we go to this island called Wano. Wano is very important because it's not a country that is owned by the world's government. It's this rogue nation. And it's completely closed off to the rest of the world. It's incredibly hard to get inside Wano. You have to travel up. You have to travel up a waterfall to get in there, because like it's essentially like this big bowl to get into Wano, um, which is very interesting because like the geography of that kind of like is a little evocative of the Red Line, a little evocative. Um, anyway, Ace goes to Wano because he wants to fight one of the pirate emperors. At the time, it was someone named Kaido. Kaido is one of the big bads that Luffy takes down. It's actually why he becomes a pirate emperor himself. Kaido has. I'm just. This is so divisive. I am. Y'all, anyone listening, I am not using one pronoun or the other. I am just going to say what this person was when Kaido had them, okay? Kaido had a daughter that refers to themselves as a man, but a very specific man. So it's not clear if it's a trans character or not. It's a whole thing. Anyway, this person's name is Yamato. Yamato is a very cool character. I don't think that there's a lot of debate over whether or not we dislike Yamato. Most people, I think, like Yamato. We all thought Yamato was actually going to be the next Straw Hat at one point. Anyway, Yamato had a journal that belonged to a man named Kozuki Oden. Oden was a member of Gold Roger's crew at one point. This is very important. I'm glad you're writing it down. Oden saw what the One Piece. I forgot to mention Oden earlier, as far as people who have seen the One Piece before. Although he was dead, so the Straw Hats never met Oden. But Oden saw whatever the One Piece was. He also laughed, whatever it was, right? And he wrote all of this down in his journal, right? Including the dream of Goldie Roger. And Perfect G, I hope this is what you were referencing. He mentioned he wrote down the dream of Goldie Roger. Roger told two people that he was I guess not competing with for the One Piece. They're really just like rivals in general for power. I believe it was Whitebeard. Was it Whitebeard and Oden? It might have been somebody else, but anyway, two people that he was talking to, and he said, "Hey, this is my dream," right? And their reaction to his dream was very polarizing. They were like, "What? That's crazy, dude." Yamato is the only person alive because Yamato talks to Ace. Ace tells Yamato about his little brother Luffy and how awesome his little brother Luffy is, right? I think they're getting drunk together, Yamato and Ace. Like they're sitting out around a fire, and he's like, "I got this brother. He's in the East Blue. He's gonna be a big deal one day. Like just he's gonna be awesome. And this is his dream, and you can't laugh at it. I laughed at it, but if you laugh at it, I will beat the snot out of you." And Ace says Luffy's dream. Yamato, as someone who has read Oden's journal, freaks out when she hears this, when they hear this, when she hears this, when he hears this, I don't know. When Yamato hears this, because again, Yamato is the only person who knows, presumably, is the only person who knows who's alive. Maybe Silvers and Scopper know what Roger's dream was. And they are definitely the only person who knows that whatever Roger's dream was is also apparently the same dream that Luffy had. So the person that Roger's waiting for to come get the One Piece is most definitely probably Luffy for this like one thing. Like whatever the dream is, they are the only two people to have this dream, or at least what we know from Yamato. Yeah, it's a crazy like reveal when this happens. It's super super awesome.
And
Perfect G. Let me know
more
if I got that right.
and more incredibly frustrating.
Right, because it's more details that you're like, okay, what? It's not as simple as just destroying the red line. Like, what exactly is the
You know what's
dream?
hilarious about all of these details and all of these things? You know what we're just missing? We're just missing one piece
What's
of
that?
information. We're missing one fucking piece of information to
Yeah,
put it
it's
all
almost
together.
like there's one piece missing. Hmm. Almost. Yeah.
I hate and I love this show, and I've only seen 20 episodes. So.
And you know what's funny, Nick? I don't even think we haven't really even talked about, I think, why people really dig this story. Because like I mean I'm telling you about like, the journey so far. I'm telling you about like what we've learned about the world and like where this is all going, right? And this is all important information, right? This is why we're here, right? Um, I can tell you that is no longer the reason I keep reading all the time or I keep watching all the time. Um, I keep reading and watching because like I am in love with Oda's storytelling, and the characters that he gives us. Some of the most like, all right, so like One Piece is a lot as a story is a lot of things, right? At the end of the day, it is a silly pirate cartoon, right? Um, and I feel confident in saying that because that's what Oda wants it to be at the end of the day. Like he loves his jokes. He loves that Luffy gets to be this goofy boy, and gets to bounce around in his rubber powers. Um, and he as Luffy has a lot of badass moments, a ton of badass moments throughout the story. But at the end of the day, he loves writing Luffy as like this character with childlike wonder, you know. Um, but despite it being a silly pirate cartoon, uh, like I said, One Piece can be a lot of things. There are times One Piece can be horrifying. There are characters who do things that are completely reprehensible, letting people starve to near death and then to expose them to poison, make them choose poison because they're starving so much, and then they get cursed with a type of devil fruit, right? Um, there are people who bring other characters into slavery and torture them for years. Um, I don't think that there is ever. I don't think the R word is ever mentioned, but man, is it implied at certain times. Oh yeah, yeah. It doesn't happen a lot, but like it has been implied for certain characters. Like I said, this story can get horrifying. And you know what? Sometimes it can break your heart. It can make you cry. There are so many moments in the story that I have broken down crying, watching or reading something that is truly tragic or like deeply profound, right? Um, and he being Oda, he's so good at on one page making you cry about something, and then in the very next moment, getting you with a dumb joke about like kicking someone in the balls or something. Like he loves that. He loves it. So you get all of these huge range of emotions, through this story, through these characters that he's developed so solidly that they feel like real people. I mean, that's why I watch. Some people watch for the fighting. Some people watch for the exploration. Some people watch for the jokes. Some people watch for all of it, right? Some people are here for the mystery. There's just so much. There's so much to get on board with.
I love that.
You
That's
look
a
like you
great.
were gunning through your notes. What do you got?
Um, no, I just wanted to look and see if there's anything else that stood out that you haven't mentioned that might be important. Of course, I wouldn't know how
Oh yeah,
important.
yeah. No,
But
there's
real
there's so
quick,
much.
there was another
There's so
question in the
much I haven't
chat. There
said.
was one question in the chat. Do we know where the Gomu Gomu was before Shanks had it?
person person asking this question a little facetiously, they know the answer to this. Or maybe I'm assuming a lot, maybe you don't, but I feel like this person knows and they just want me to talk about it. Yeah, we do. um, so I have not talked about the Goma Goma no Mi and like the truth bomb that we got about the Goma Goma no Mi. um, and the truth bomb that we got is it is not the Goma Goma no Mi. It's a lie. So where was the Goma Goma no Mi before Shanks had it? It was, I forgot if the world government already, no, they didn't have it. It was on, I think it was being transported by I think it's Who's Who. It's Who's Who is a character that we meet in Wano. He works for Kaido, but I think at the time Who's Who worked for the world government. And he was transporting the Goma Goma no Mi to the world government, but he gets raided by Shanks. Shanks takes the Goma Goma no Mi from him. Presumably, this is why later, when we see Shanks in, oh, what is her name? I can't remember her name. The woman whose bar she owns the bar that we see Luffy and Shanks in later. Um, that'll hit me later while I'm sleeping. I'm so mad I don't remember her name right now. But anyway, um, it is revealed. All right, guys, here we go again. Another big spoiler. If you don't want this, you don't want this ruined for you. I can't imagine if anyone is watching this that they don't already know this. But if you don't, and you want to remain, spoiler free from this particular plot point, I'll give you another 5 seconds here. All right, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. For those who are still watching, I did purposely put that counter right in front of this poster over here. It is revealed that the Goma Goma no Mi is actually the Hito Ito no Mi model Nika. So Nick, you can have. There's only one of every devil fruit, right? But you can have different models of certain devil fruits, right? So like, I think it's the lizard fruit that has like different models for like depending on what dinosaur Oda wants to draw, right? So there are multiple dinosaur fruits, but you could have the dinosaur. I forgot what the Japanese name is, but the dino fruit or lizard fruit, model T-Rex or model pterodactyl, right? This is true for, I think usually there are 3 kinds of devil fruits out there. I think that this is true for Zoan fruits specifically. I'm not sure if this is true for Paramecia or Logia types. But in any case, if you recall, Chopper has the Ito Ito no Mi, the person fruit, right? Turns out Luffy does not have the Goma Goma no Mi. He has the Ito Ito no Mi model Nika. Nika is a god in the One Piece world. And turns out Luffy has eaten a fruit of mythological proportions. This is why he has this white form that you see behind me. It is, he calls it fifth gear. He has like different things that are different kinds of transformations, and they're all gear numbers: 2nd gear, 3rd gear, 4th gear, 5th gear. I guess the more exact way to say this is gear 5. Gear 5.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, so Luffy has presumably eaten the devil fruit that belongs to a god. And presumably this is why Shanks is betting on Luffy.
Okay. Jesus. This is like, so that's kind of important too, though. He's like,
yeah, it's huge.
The devil fruit he ate is even more powerful than the normal ones.
I think we know that Joy Boy, I think we know that Joy Boy had this fruit, that he also had the Nika fruit. Forgot where exactly we learned that. Maybe that's Vegapunk who tells us that.
Luffy is a long-time descendant of Joy Boy.
He could be. He could be a long-time descendant of Joy Boy, or, and this is probably what it's going to be, he's like the reincarnated like spirit of him, or it's through inherited will, right? Big thing with the hat, inherited will through the years. It just came to the right person eventually who has inherited the will and is like become this Joy Boy-esque figure, who has returned. There are people, when he's in this form, there are people who think that he is Joy Boy. Like there are certain characters who have lived from the Void Century that we have met, ancient characters. And when he's in this form, they're like, Joy Boy? So like presumably Joy Boy looked a lot like this.
Interesting. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. Inherited will.
Inherited will.
Okay. That makes sense. That's cool. All right.
I can go back. We went on a huge tangent. I was going from characters, right? And we got to the end of the characters, but I was gonna start going through our arcs and our islands, because our islands are actually pretty important. They're the way that we've been given all of this information that I've been talking to you
Yeah.
about.
What?
And certainly, go ahead.
I was gonna say go wherever you think we need to go next because where are we? What do we have?
To
like
the
an hour?
Grand Line.
Like an hour left.
Yeah.
I
How are
think.
you doing on time? Yeah, where are you at?
Um, yeah, we got like an hour.
You have an hour. Okay.
Hour and 10.
Oh baby. Oh baby. All right, let's do this. All right. So I'm not gonna go over every individual plot point, everybody. I'm gonna try and get through this as efficiently as I can. And man, there are so many details. So if I do miss something that is personally favorite to you, my apologies. If you think I missed something that is actually like either of great character importance for like the end game or plot relevant, please feel free to interrupt and call me out on it. Okay. So East Blue, like I said, East Blue is like where we get the majority of, or not majority, we get the beginnings of our crew, right? We go to Logtown. From Logtown, we enter the Grand Line. We go to Reverse Mountain. Someone will probably call me out if I don't say this. When we go to Reverse Mountain, Crocus. Oh, I finally remembered it. Crocus is the doctor from Roger's ship. Crocus is the doctor from Roger. I knew I'd remember it. Crocus is the doctor from Roger's ship that we meet at Reverse Mountain. I think he's inside. We meet a giant whale. The giant whale's name is Laboon. This is weirdly really important. We meet Laboon, who is this mountain-sized whale, gigantic whale. And we find out that Laboon is trying to break his way through Reverse Mountain, right? He's trying to get into the Grand Line because once upon a time, there was a pirate crew that played music that loved Laboon. They used to play him music all the time, and he'd follow them around everywhere. But they had to go to the Grand Line, so they had to travel up the mountain. And they said, Laboon will come back for you. You are our friend. You are a member of our crew. We will come back for you. But 50 years has gone by, and Laboon has grown very big, and the crew has never returned. Presumably, they're all dead. And poor Laboon has been stuck here waiting for his friends. Well, Luffy talks to Laboon and says, hey, for the record, the whale does not talk. He just makes big whale noises. But Luffy says, hey, you know what? You don't need to be lonely anymore, Laboon. You're a member of my crew now. And he like draws like a Jolly Roger really poorly on Laboon. And he's like, you're a member of my crew. I think he like fights him too. He like punches him. And he's like, we can continue fighting. We can continue being friends. Because I'm going to come back for you. I swear it. I promise. Right? So Laboon's like, oh, okay, I'm okay with this. The reason why they want him to do that is because they want him to stop trying to break the mountain because he's hurting himself, right? So Laboon finds this acceptable. He's not going to break down the mountain. He's not going to hurt himself. He's a member of the Straw Hats. This is great. This is one of my favorite plot points. We will revisit this later. Moving on. We meet a group called Baroque Works. We have entered the Alabasta Saga. Baroque Works is I think they're a gang of killers, but I forgot if they're mercenaries or not. Anyway, they are a powerful group, and they are being controlled, we find out, by a pirate warlord. I cannot believe we have not talked about this yet. There are 7 warlords. There are 7 warlords of the sea. They are part of the great balance of power in the world. When we talk about the great balance of power, we are talking about, we mentioned earlier, the world government. We mentioned the 4 emperors.
I'm starting to actually worry that they might actually find the One Piece, Joe, because there's a lot of nuance here in this world, and if the One Piece does get found, that's not going to be good.
No, we might be burned for it.
I might be on the government side here, Joe. I think all of a sudden.
Don't you dare say that.
Unbelievable. All right, 7 warlords. Go ahead. Sorry.
7 warlords. They are 7 powerful pirates that have been given license by the world government to do whatever they want. They are allowed to go out and do whatever they want. But when the world government says, hey, you have to come here and be our dogs and you have to do what we tell you, that's part of the deal. Then they will come and do that. So they are allowed to go be pirates, break all the laws, kill people, do whatever, as long as when the government says, come here now, they will, right?
Okay.
So, Crocodile, he's the first warlord that we meet. Well, actually, it's not true. He's not the first warlord we meet. He's the first warlord that we have to take down. The first warlord we met was actually in East Blue. This was really cool. The first warlord we meet is Mihawk. Hawkeye Mihawk. Hawkeye Mihawk, this is important for Zoro. Hawkeye Mihawk is the greatest swordsman in the world. Yes. Zoro meets Hawkeye Mihawk early in the story. So unfortunately early in the story. And when he sees Hawkeye Mihawk, he's like, I will fight you, Hawkeye Mihawk. I'm going to be the greatest swordsman in the world. And Mihawk's like, oh, brother, you don't want this. And he's like, nope, I've been training for this. I want this. So he gets his 3 swords out and he's like, let's rumble, baby. Mihawk's like, all right. Oh, man, he has such a cold line here. He says something along the lines of like, I would never use a cannon to take out a fly. Something like that. It's something along those lines. Like I would never use a cannon to take out a fly. So he takes out like instead he has this giant sword on his back. Of course he does. He's an anime character. Instead of using his giant sword, he just takes out this like small tiny knife. And he's like, this is all I need for you. And Zoro goes in, he like tries to like fight him and he can't do it. Hawkeye Mihawk showing the vast difference in power that not only Zoro has to achieve, but Luffy has to achieve as well. Whoops his ass, right? Whoops his ass. And he's actually kind of touched by how honorable Zoro is. He's like, wow, like, yo, you're really courageous. Like, most people would have ran away by now. He's like, but I am gonna kill you. And Zoro's like, that's fine. And he's like, if I have to die here, that's fine. And he refuses to turn around because to turn around and get a scar on the back is a great disgrace for a swordsman. So he says, strike me, kill me. I will look you in the eye as you kill me, right? And Mihawk's like, I love this guy. All right, buddy. And he takes out his big sword. He's like, I'll make it quick. And he gives him a good slice. And like Zoro, gets this mortal injury. And basically, he says like, hey, Roronoa Zoro, I like the cut of your jib. If you survive, come find me again. Train and let's fight, right? So this is actually our first experience with a warlord. It's important because it shows us the vast difference in power, right? Like we are so out of our league with these guys.
Right.
Anyway, back to Crocodile. Crocodile, he's a Sandman. He ate the sand fruit, which means that we cannot attack him with traditional means. If you try and punch him, kind of like in Spider-Man 3, your fist goes right through the sand, right? So this is a very difficult enemy to take care of. Crocodile is organizing it's not a revolution, it's a government takeover of this kingdom called Alabasta, right? Alabasta is important because it was said, one of the ancient weapons, that was the phrase I was missing before, one of the ancient weapons is in Alabasta, right?
Okay.
During the Alabasta Saga, this is where we pick up Tony Chopper. You have a question?
And that's one of the 3 weapons that you mentioned earlier.
Yes, indeed. Yes, one of the 3 weapons. The word I was missing was ancient. Ancient weapons. One of the 3 ancient weapons.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. During the Alabasta Saga, we meet Tony Chopper on Drum Island. Guys, I wish I could spend more time talking about Drum Island because of how awesome that island is. I'm going to go through quick strokes here. In our time in Drum Island, this is where we meet Tony Chopper, and we hear about his backstory. He had a mentor in his life that was named Dr. Higulik Quack. And he's great because he loves pirates. He's not a pirate. He's not a pirate himself, but he made a pirate flag because he thinks pirates are awesome. He thinks pirates are so cool because because of the dreams that they chase, and he loves the Jolly Rogers that they have because they represent dreams, right? And his dream is to cure the illness of his island, which is like this dark heart that is consuming the inhabitants, right? Very important. We hear about a character who has been at this island. We hear about someone named Blackbeard. We have spent a lot of time talking about One Piece. and it is wild that we have not talked about Blackbeard yet. I believe this is the first mention of Blackbeard. We do not see him. We just hear Blackbeard was here and he was up to some shenanigans, right? That's all we really know. Whole conflict happens on this island. I'm not going to get into it. We're moving on. Luffy basically liberates the island. He helps the dream of Tony Chopper's mentor come true, right? He wants Tony Chopper to join his crew. Chopper does, right? Go on.
Blackbeard is Marshall D. Teach, right?
Correct. Marshall D. Teach, also known as Blackbeard.
Great.
I should have mentioned earlier when we were at Reverse Mountain in Laboon, we met someone from Baroque Works. I believe this was her code name was Miss Wednesday. All the Baroque Works people, they all have code names. All the ladies are days of the week, and all the men are numbers. So we meet like Mr. 2, we meet Mr. 3. Crocodile is Mr. 0. We also meet, like I've said, Miss Wednesday. Miss Wednesday, it turns out, is actually, her name is Vivi, Nefertari Vivi. Oh, when you asked me to list D characters, I skipped this one. This was a secret one, though. This one comes about later. Vivi is a D. She is known as Nefertari D Vivi. Vivi, as it turns out, is a princess of the Alabasta Kingdom that Crocodile is trying to overthrow. And she joined Baroque Works to figure out who Mr. 0 was and to save her kingdom, right? The crew gets attached to Vivi, and they're like, Vivi, if you need help, we're going to help you, right? So they decide they're going to go to Alabasta and they're going to fight Mr. 0. They're going to fight Crocodile. They're going to help Vivi because Vivi's like one of their homies now. There was like a time where like, I think it was like believed that Vivi was just like a crew member. And some people still consider Vivi a part of the crew. Even though she does not continue with them past Alabasta, she's with the crew for a long time.
Okay.
And she is a fan favorite. We love Vivi. So we go to Alabasta. We meet Miss All Sunday, which is the code name for Nico Robin. Nico Robin is a villain when we first meet her. Very cool detail. She steals the Straw Hat at one point as a villain, right? And she's just wearing the Straw Hat. And it seemed to be like, looking back on it now, it seemed to be that this was a foreshadowing that Robin was going to join the crew later down the line. Okay, so
does anyone else wear the Straw Hat in the show?
Yes. A few different people have worn Luffy's Straw Hat before. I didn't want to bring this up because I don't want to get into too many like emotional plot beats. One of the most emotional plot beats, and Nick, this was the thing I wanted you to see in episode 38. I told Nick that he might not be into One Piece when he first starts watching, but if he can get to episode 38, I know I could sell him on it. Because for those who are listening, you guys know what episode 38 is. It is the emotional big moment. It's when you find out what One Piece is really about. I will say, Nick, another character who has worn the hat is Nami. And that's a big emotional moment when that happens. It is, honestly, Nick, if you ever got to just watch an episode 38 is a really great episode to watch. But anyway.
Anyway, sorry.
In any case, keep in mind that Luffy doesn't let anyone wear his hat. Like, his hat is his most important treasure because that's what his mentor gave him, and he has to give it back to Shanks, right? That's what Shanks told him. Alabasta, we fight Crocodile. We lose a couple times. Luffy's got to get creative with how he fights a Sandman because he can't just punch him. So it turns out if we get him wet, if we put water on him, he becomes a much more solid person. We can punch him then. Eventually, this isn't enough, so Luffy starts using his own blood to start beating the heck out of him. It's super awesome. It's a very emotional and very awesome moment when we get to see Luffy take down Crocodile. This, unfortunately, is where we have to leave Vivi behind. I think we find out that the ancient weapon is not here. This is also where we are introduced to something we have not talked about. We talked about road poneglyphs before. We have not talked about the poneglyphs. I think they're called rogue poneglyphs. I think that's their proper name. There's road, and then there's rogue. I think we're first introduced to the. I might have that wrong. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Because most of the time they're just called the poneglyphs. The poneglyphs are also giant cubes, but instead of being red, they're these gray cubes. You don't necessarily need them to get to the One Piece. However, there is an ancient language on them, same as the road poneglyphs. There's an ancient language on them that tells the history of the world. Nico Robin is known as the most dangerous woman on the planet because she can read this language. And this is why the world government wants her dead, right? Yes. Okay. They want to capture her, and they want her dead. This is actually also why Crocodile had Robin in his crew, because she could read this language. And I think, if I recall this correctly, he was looking for one of the ancient weapons, and he was having her translate the poneglyphs for him. Eventually, it is revealed that the ancient weapon is not here, right? But we get to learn a little bit about the ancient past. Anyway, Robin's like, "Hey, everybody on the crew, I kind of want to hang out with you guys. You guys seem like a motley crew. I got nowhere to go, and I don't want to be arrested. I want to be one of you." Most of the crew is against this. They're like, "Yo, she seems dangerous as hell. She was literally just our enemy." Luffy's a very simple character. He's stupid in a lot of ways. Two things that he's really good at, though. He's really good at fighting. He's a genius at fighting. He's also an emotional genius. Luffy's really great at looking at people and being able to tell like when someone's being honest with themselves, when someone's being honest with him. He's very like in tune with that, right? So when this person who was their enemy has like said this, right? He's like, "Yeah, you know what? You're in. You can join us." I think ultimately how he actually like gets sold on this though is she makes him laugh. She like makes him laugh with something, and then he's like, yeah, she's great. She's with us. Just know that like the rest of the crew's a little sus of her. She ends up winning them over, but like keep in mind the rest of the crew's a little sus of her. This is important later. She also doesn't call anybody by their name. She only refers to people by what they do. So Luffy is captain. Chopper is known as doctor. She refers to Zoro as swordsman. Nami is only referred to as navigator. She never uses their names, which is a very curious little trait that we get to notice about Robin early on in the story. It's almost like she has her walls up or something. We get to move into now a very fun part of the story. It's called the Skypiea arc. We learn that there is, supposedly, maybe, there's a myth about an island in the sky. And turns out that supposedly, maybe, if this island does exist, this is where we have to go for oh my god, I'm blanking on it, the log post. This is where you have to go for the log post to get reacclimated, right? But most people that we talk to don't believe that this island exists. So the crew's a little lost about, okay, how are we supposed to, A, figure out if this island exists, and B, if it is in the sky, how are we supposed to get to the sky, right? This is Oda's world, man. And his world is so fun. We go to it's not Jaya. We have to go to a place right before Jaya. I'm blanking on the name of this town, but it's a pirate town. There's a bunch of pirates here. This is a very cool moment in the story. I should have mentioned, during Alabasta, this is where we finally get to meet Ace. Everyone loves Ace. Ace is Luffy's cool older brother, and he's super powerful. He has the Mira Mira no Mi, which is the fire fruit. He's a fireman. So he has cool fire powers. Ace tells us that he is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. At the time, Whitebeard is one of the 4 pirate emperors. And he tells us that he's looking for a guy named Marshall D. Teach. He's looking for Blackbeard. Marshall D. Teach, as it turns out, was also a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. And he murdered someone on the boat. He murdered Ace's friend. So Ace is trying to find Blackbeard I forget if he's trying to kill him or if he's just trying to take him back to Whitebeard. Either way, he's trying to get justice, right? Yep. So this is just mentioned to us. Anyway, fast forward, back at this pirate town. Luffy is at a bar, and he's such a great moment. He's ordering root beer, and there's a giant gentleman next to him. Um, I shouldn't call him giant because there's actually giants in the show. There's a very large man next to him, and he's eating cherry pies. And this man says, "Oh my gosh, these cherry pies are amazing." And Luffy, who's also eating cherry pies, he says, "These cherry pies are awful." And they both look at each other and they're both like, "What? What's wrong with you?" Right? Well, then they both start drinking root beer. And Luffy says, "This root beer is amazing." And this gentleman says, "This root beer is awful." And they both look at each other annoyed. And there's a moment where they're about to fight each other. They're like, "I think there's something wrong with your taste buds, boy." And like they're about to like throw blows. And like Zoro is like in the back, like, "Is this really, what are you guys even fighting about? Do you even know?" Anyway, the man leaves, right? There's another person who shows up. Remember, we're looking for Skypiea. Luffy asks about Skypiea. This other man who shows up makes fun of him, and he's like, "Oh, I bet you believe in the Emerald City too, and the One Piece, huh? I bet you believe in those things, you dumb little kid." And Luffy's like, "Well, yeah, of course I do. Of course I believe in those things." And he's like, "The One Piece doesn't exist. The Emerald City doesn't exist. Skypiea doesn't exist. Grow up." And he I think he takes a bottle and he hits Luffy over the head with it. He beats Luffy up, right? And I think Zoro tries to get involved, but then, or no, Nami's going to get involved, and Zoro's like, "Wait, no, don't get involved." Does this scene sound familiar to you? Not like what happened to our boy Shanks when Luffy was a kid, right?
Uh-huh.
So Luffy starts taking a beating, even though he could whoop this guy's ass, right?
Right.
And he doesn't. Okay, so that guy leaves, right? We go back outside, and Nami's like, "Why did you do that? Why did you let him beat you up?" The large gentleman from before is sitting outside drinking, I believe, sake. And the large gentleman who had the disagreement with Luffy. And he says, "Hey, little lady, your friend there won that fight without even throwing a punch." And there's this weird moment where Luffy, Zoro, and Nami are looking at this guy, this large dude. And he's like, "Yeah, he won that fight without even throwing a punch. The era where pirates don't believe in dreams? The era of pirates will never end. The era of dreams will never end." Doesn't it sound kind of similar to what Luffy believes? Like, the era of dreams, his dreams coming true? It's almost like these two guys are two sides of the same coin. Weird. Anyway, they get ready to leave, and a really weird sentence is stated here that is still debated to this day. They leave, and Nami says, "What's the deal with that guy?" And Luffy and Zoro together, because like they both like picked up on this, they both go, "It's not that guy. It's more like they." And yep, and to this day, we still don't know what that means. Because this character, we come to find out, is Marshall D. Teach. This is Blackbeard. Right? Ah, character reveal. Ah! I'm waiting.
So
Go ahead.
that guy was Blackbeard the whole time.
That guy's Blackbeard the whole time. Yeah. I think it's revealed like the either later that episode or the very next episode. Yeah,
So
this is the guy that Ace is looking for.
does they refer to the fact that he has two names?
We're not sure. There is an idea that Blackbeard might be more than one person, or that he has more than one person inside of him. Maybe he's like multiple personas.
Sure.
We don't know. We Blackbeard's a very interesting and very enigmatic character. Sometimes he's this very menacing guy, and he looks like he's the most evil person in the room. Other moments, he's like this crazy coward. He's like, "Oh my god, this is so scary," right?
Right. But at this
And
point, we
it's
don't
it's not
know.
clear if that's an act or is he multiple people? Is he what's going on there? We're not exactly sure.
Right.
But Blackbeard, I mentioned that Buggy has like one of the craziest like rises to power. Blackbeard for sure has one of the most insane rises to power. However, unlike Buggy, it's not luck. Maybe some of it's luck, maybe a little bit. His is calculated. Blackbeard's also a genius, and like he knows a lot about what's going on in the world. Um, we'll come back to him. Anyway, um, we end up finding out that there is a city of gold in the sky, and that maybe that this is Skypiea. But we meet somebody who's been looking for the city of gold, and he's been like looking his entire life, basically. It's a whole thing. Long story short, if the city of gold exists, there is something called a knock-up stream. It's this geyser in the ocean that goes off at very specific times of the year. And it's this giant geyser of water. So supposedly, maybe if you went there and your boat got fired up into the sky, maybe you would find this island, right? But again, you got to be there at a very specific time. Just so happens, whoa, huge coincidence. The geyser, the knock-up stream, it's gonna happen like later today, right? So like Straw Hats like make their way up to the knock-up stream. They go up to the knock-up stream. Turns out there's a whole world like in the sky. It's actually some really cool storytelling and world building that Oda does. There's like a whole nother ocean in the sky that our boats can be on. It's called the White Sea. There's like he has a whole like establishment of rules. I won't get into it. Just know there's a society up there, right?
Okay.
And they don't go down into the I think they call it the Blue Sea. They don't go down into the Blue Sea, and most people don't come up into the White Sea, right? Anywho, we meet a character. His name is Enel. Oda likes drawing a lot of his characters based on real life people. You'll love this. His character inspiration is Marshall Mathers. Marshall Mathers is in One Piece. He is the villain of the Skypiea saga. It looks just like him. It is Eminem. He's great. He thinks he's a god because he ate the lightning fruit, and he's been bringing punishment to this society. Luffy whips his ass because, hey, we've all seen Pokemon. We all know that rubber does not conduct electricity. Turns out he's Enel's like exact counter, and like this person with this god complex. I have not built this guy up. This guy was built up super hard, and he was very scary. And the moment he realizes he can't touch Luffy, so fucking funny. It's so funny. Like his face, like what? like this guy who's been nothing but a monster to people, and he just realized like this is like the one person he cannot kill. It's an amazing moment. Yeah, it's fantastic. Anyway, we find out after beating him, we find out that there's a poneglyph in the sky, and Robin goes to translate the poneglyph. She learns more about the ancient history, and there's also an extra message that's etched into the ancient history, something that is not in the ancient language. Or no, I think it is. It's written in the ancient language, but it's newer. Interesting.
Okay.
It's from Goldie Roger. It's a message from him. He and his crew made it to this point, right? And I forgot exactly what it is, but I think like in essence, he's encouraging them to like go further, right? We get a bunch of gold from this. I'm sure that there's a ton that I'm skipping. Anyone who is listening to this and is getting mad that I haven't brought up the Nika thing, I guess I'll bring it up. There's this moment in the forest where we are dancing with the natives of Skypiea. Skypiea looks like an Aztec kind of based society. They're not like the people that we've seen in the blue ocean. They look much more ancient. And that's important because maybe this society is a lot like what the world perhaps used to look like centuries ago, right? Anyway, there's this moment where they're dancing around the fire, and there was a panel that Oda drew dancing around the fire, and everyone's like silhouetted, right? And they're all kind of like in this position. Well, like presumably, or not presumably, Luffy is like the main silhouette, and like he's like in this position, right? That happened in like I think the early 2000s, maybe mid 2000s. Oda said that that was his favorite panel that he ever drew, and no one understood why that was his favorite panel for years. it is later revealed, freaking like 15 years later in real time, right? Uh, Nika, that we were talking about earlier, the sun god Nika, that was his pose when he would go around dancing. Like he had this like big pose that he was always in, that he would dance like that. So this was apparently foreshadowing a literal silhouette shadow, a foreshadow that Oda drew like back in like 2004, 2005. And like he had this concept that like, yep, that's Nika. Maybe not Nika. Maybe he didn't know it was Nika, but he knew that that was going to be like representative of the god that like Luffy is going to be embodying later, right? Um, so there you go. Anyone who is thinking about calling me out on that, there you go. That was don't skip Skypiea. People say you can skip Skypiea. Frauds. They're all frauds. Skypiea is one of my favorite arcs, even before the Nika thing. I loved Skypiea. It's super fun. There's great world building. Some of my favorite jokes are in Skypiea. It's a great time. Holy mother of God. Okay.
You and Perfect G get along very well. Perfect G said that the Skypiea is their like favorite arc, pretty much. So
heck yeah, go. Perfect G. Right. Heck yeah. Skypiea is amazing. Yeah. Before I go on, do you have any questions? Any plot holes or anything you want to point out?
No, I don't have plot holes. Jesus, I mean, throw a dart. I'm just kidding. There's really not a lot of darts. I don't really have like plot holes. It's just we don't have the One Piece. There
are some. There are some, but like surprisingly, there's not a ton of plot holes for a 25-year-old story. There are some, but like overall, Oda's done a pretty solid job.
Yeah, I don't have new questions. Like, it didn't really bring up anything. I like that we're getting some more like discover of true history stuff, but nothing else that you just said made me. I don't have like more questions at the moment. Basically,
okay.
Is there anything you're leaving out that we haven't talked about yet that would help with answering the question of what or where?
What is the One Piece?
Yeah.
I don't think I've left anything out yet, except for Luffy rings a golden bell in the sky to let the haters know that the city of gold, Skypiea, is real, right? The reason why that may or may not be important is there's an island down below known as Jaya. And there's like this whole thing about it was once believed that the city of gold was in the blue ocean. And Mont Blanc Nolan, this guy who lived 600 years ago, he was called Nolan the Liar because he told, I forgot who it was that he told, but he told that the city of gold was in Jaya, like it's in this island. But when they went there, it was gone, right? It wasn't there, right? What Mont Blanc Nolan didn't know is that it's in the sky. And apparently what happened was the knock upstream pushed the entire island into the sky, right? This powerful stream. That might be important. We don't know exactly. There appears to be a lot of ties between Skypiea and the ancient history. And like I said, there was the Nika thing that's already come up. There might even be more that we're not aware of yet. I believe that this is the first arc that discusses some of the other gods of the world, right? Like I think this is the arc that makes mention of. It's the first mention of the sun god, which obviously that became important. It also mentions three others: the forest god, the sea god, and I think the sky god. For the record, Nick, this is not super important stuff. It might be, but like at least right now, we don't know about any other gods. Like this is just kind of the first mention of them, and the only reason why I'm bringing it up is the sun god thing ended up being important. Right. So maybe the other three will be important too.
Have they ever gone back to a world or an island that they've already been to?
This is a rule of Oda. He won't go backwards. Although I personally don't see how they can't go back at some point. Maybe once they circumnavigate, they may go back, but they will never travel backwards.
Well, I mean, if they get to the One Piece and they have to destroy the Red Line, then there isn't going back anywhere because it's all going to be different.
There's
right?
that. Yeah, there's that.
All right.
Uh,
What else is important to the potential what is the One Piece question that we haven't talked about yet? Is there anything left? I mean,
how much time you got left?
30 minutes, 40 minutes.
Okay, cool. I don't think so. I I will say, I mean, there
Yeah,
is, but like, I think we've
nothing
covered most
glaring.
of the major things.
Yeah,
No,
right.
I don't think we've missed anything glaring.
We can do
I'm
another
gonna,
live stream on the small things.
yeah, and like, and maybe we'll have to, because like the rate that I am going right now, I do not see me getting past post time skip in the next 30 minutes. I do think I can get through pre time skip, and we're getting close.
Are you
And
telling me
believe
this
me,
is all pre-time? Skip, you son of a bitch.
yeah, we're halfway through pre time skip.
Fucking unbelievable behavior.
I'm gonna bring up the next part that's super important to the story. And it actually doesn't have anything to do, at least at the moment it happens, with the Straw Hats. Um, oh man, yeah, there were two things here. So when Luffy beat Crocodile, this created an imbalance of power,
Okay.
because there is a missing seat for a warlord position. The world government is made up of, at least at the time we thought, five old men. Um, and these are the most powerful men in the entire world. And they get into a meeting one day, and they summon a couple of the warlords to the meeting because they want to talk about candidates for a seventh warlord. As they are talking in their capital, Marijois, which is on top of the red line, Marijois, as they are talking, someone sneaks into the meeting. And it's a very mysterious character. His name is Lafitte. And he says, "Hey, there's a pirate right now that you should probably be paying attention to. His name is Marshall D. Teach, and
Hmm.
I think he should be the next warlord of the sea." The five elders, they're called. The five elders are like, "Whoa, how did you even get in here?" They're like, "Whoa, how did you get all the way up here and through our defenses? What the hell?" Um, and he's like, "Don't worry about that. Don't worry about it. Just keep your eyes on Marshall D. Teach. We think he'd be a great warlord, right?" All right. Fast forward, we get through Skypiea. As Luffy and Co. are getting ready to come back down, which is a hilarious journey, um, we find out Ace tracks down Marshall D. Teach. And the narrator tells us that this is one of the most important fights that happens in this era, in the pirate era, because the winner of this fight would go on to define how the rest of the era would play out. So Ace challenges Blackbeard, and we know Ace to be like crazy strong. He's a super strong character. It is at this moment we find out what Marshall D. Teach's devil fruit is. Uh, Teach has eaten the darkness fruit, and apparently this is what he killed the crew member over, because the crew member apparently found this fruit. Apparently, Blackbeard was biding his time on this crew this entire time because he was looking for this specific fruit. We don't know why. But he's able to get the fruit, darkness fruit. Apparently, one of the attributes of this fruit is it nullifies other devil fruits. So as Ace tries to fight him, he ends up finding out he can't do anything to harm Teach.
Hmm.
He can't do anything. And Teach ends up beating the snot out of this guy and captures Ace. And he arrests Ace basically, and he sends him to the world government, basically as a trade. He's like, "Make me a warlord. I just captured this guy, and you guys have been trying to capture this guy." The world government loves this because, as we pointed out, Ace is the son of Gold D. Roger, right?
Mhm.
However, the world doesn't know that. Ace does not like his father. Ace hates his father.
Huh.
And he doesn't want to be known as the son of Goldie Roger, right? So most of the world does not know this, but the government does, and they absolutely want to kill this guy. So Teach basically trades him for a position as a warlord. This will come back. Luffy at this time does not know that Ace has been captured. we go through a lot of stuff. We go through a saga with Robin. We find out that Robin used to be part of the world government. She was also a victim of a genocide when she was a kid. Her mother and many of her close friends and confidants. I think she's 8 years old at this time. Um, they were scholars and they were researching the Void Century, which again, this is a huge taboo. When it becomes known that they are doing that, the world government shows up and decides to eradicate the entire island, and they kill everyone, um, including Robin's mother, all of her friends. There is we brought up Jaguar D Saul. This is where we
Mhm.
first met him.
Mhm.
It was believed at the time that we killed Jaguar D Saul. Later revealed that he survived, but Robin doesn't know that. Robin believes everyone has died on this island. The government black labels her, and this wanted poster. There's like a wanted poster of like this 8-year-old, and they label her Demon Child Robin. So like everywhere this girl goes, she is hunted down for her bounty and treated like an absolute monster, right? The world government's really great at this. They're great at making themselves look like angels, um, and saints. They even refer to themselves as saints, and they label anyone who's their enemy as like demons and monsters. We would later come to find out that they are the true demons and monsters for so many reasons, literal reasons, actual reasons,
Right.
um, so much. Any questions before I continue this?
No. Keep going.
Oh man. We learn about Robin's backstory. We find out that everywhere Robin goes, she leaves a trail of bodies behind her, not necessarily because she's a great assassin, which she is,
Mhm.
but anyone that she's close to, the world government ends up trying to kill because of any knowledge that she may have given them, or just trying to kill anyone that's close to her so that they can get her. They do eventually actually get her. She becomes a spy for the world government, um, and it's this group called CP9. Don't worry about it. Anyway, fast forward. CP9 um, finds Robin, and they're like, "Hey, you have to come with us. You have missions to do. If you don't, we will literally kill that entire pirate crew that you're with." Robin is chilled with us now for all of Skypiea. There was a little mini arc that I skipped. It's the Foxy arc, a long ring, long land. It's important, but not for what we're talking about. Um, so we've been with Robin for a while now, right? Robin is one of the Straw Hats. Um, so she's terrified that this is a real threat, and she's like, "Well, I gotta go." So she betrays the Straw Hats. She leaves. They don't know why she left, right? There's a lot of other emotional stuff that happens here. It's all personal character stuff. I won't get into it. I hope one day you get to see it. It's great. This is like the most emotional arc. This arc is crazy. There's a fight between Usopp and Luffy that happens, and you wouldn't believe it. It's one of the best fights in the entire story. It is so good. God, love that fight. Um, anyway, uh, it is revealed that the government's going to kill Robin, and the Straw Hats are like, "What? We have to save her." So they go on this mission to save her, and they end up saving her in more than one way. They save her literally, but they also give her like a reason to live, because Robin wants to die. She has seen enough pain in her life that she's just done with this. She is told that her very existence is a crime, um, and that she needs to go. Robin is the most precious, in my opinion, Straw Hat that we have to protect at all costs. And I love how defensive the entire crew gets of her. This saga of Robin, this is a lot of people's favorite part of the story. It is unbelievably emotional and just gets you so hyped. Um, long story short, very long story short, we beat the world government. And this is one of
Okay.
the big moments for Luffy where he burns their flag. And like the members of the world government who witness this are like, you realize you're dead, right? Like that is a mortal crime. You
Right.
are declaring war on the world's government. And Luffy, because it's for Robin, it's for his friend, it's for a member of his crew. He's like, yeah, bring it. I don't care. Bring it. And like literally like no one can believe that he's saying this. Like they're like, it's the world government, dude. Like no one survives this. And he's like, I don't care. So he goes on the warpath to save Robin. He does. But now he has this giant target on his back. Man, if he didn't before, he does now.
So basically, all the warlords are coming after him after this.
The world government specifically really wants him. After this, we go to Thriller Bark, Perfect G's favorite, or not favorite, sorry. I think he said Skype is his favorite. He said Thriller Bark is where he first joined.
Right, where they first joined. I don't
yeah.
know. Perfect G is. Anyway, yeah.
We may be without Perfect G. That's okay. This is a fun arc. This is where we get Brook. This is a crazy reveal. Brook, as I mentioned, he was on a crew that entered the Grand Line. They all starved. He survived. He's been stuck here for a long time. It is revealed that he wants to get to a very certain place because he made a promise to a friend a long time ago that he left behind at Reverse Mountain. And it is very important that he comes and finds his friend because Brook has been alive, I think, for over 100 years. No, I think he's 90 years old, technically. But he's been stuck here for 50 years. He's been stuck here for 50 years, and everyone that he knows is dead. So he doesn't have much of a reason to live, but there is maybe one friend out there that he made a promise to that he has to come back to. He made a promise to a whale named Laboon. And he has to see if that whale is alive. Nick, I cannot tell you how hard this hit me. Because we met Laboon, maybe episode 60, around that time, around episode 80, right? This is episode like 400 and something. And it is revealed that this is the crew that left Laboon behind, that told him, we will come back to you one day. And then they all died. They all died, and Brook has been stuck here. Luffy tells him, hey, not only is your friend still alive, he's actually a friend of mine, too. And I'm going to go back and find him one day, because I promised him that. You should join my crew. Brook, overcome, emotional as hell, starts crying. He's like, I'm so happy for the first time in 50 years. I'm so happy I'm alive. Yes, I'll join your crew. So we get the skeleton. Yes, awesome. Party's on the boat. Let's go, baby. I think it's at this point we go to Sabaody. This is when Jesus, there's so much that happens here, Nick. I'm gonna
you are like I ask you, what have you not talked about that's important to the question, what is the One Piece? And you have just is the answer everything is important?
Yes. Yes, everything is important. All right, fine. I'm gonna fast forward to the end of the pre-time skip, right?
Thank you.
Yes, I'll fast forward to the end of the pre-time skip. The end of the pre-time skip is a war. It's a war that Luffy is leading. Well, actually, I shouldn't say he's leading it. But there is a place called Marineford. It's a government place. And this is where the government is going to execute Ace. Luffy finds out about this, and he needs to get there, and he needs to save his brother. Luffy's been separated from his crew. He is by himself. He ends up picking up some people along the way who are not his crew. But like it's kind of this makeshift crew that he ends up making. These people who get inspired by him and they want to go save Ace too. Okay. We meet Whitebeard here. And Whitebeard and Luffy, they go to they join forces to try to save Ace. It is at this point that we begin fighting with all of the warlords because the world government has called them all to power at this point. There's someone who's missing though. Marshall D. Teach who has been named a warlord since turning in Ace. He's not here.
But he's also
very strange.
Is he an emperor at this point or not yet?
Not yet, but he's about to be. So he's missing from this, right? While the world government was distracted with killing Ace and preparing for a war with Whitebeard, because Whitebeard, Ace was part of his crew, and Whitebeard says, no way, you're not killing one of my boys, right? As they're preparing for a war with Whitebeard, Blackbeard has gone to the world government's most infamous prison. And he's used his status as a warlord. We find out this is why he wanted this. He uses his status as a warlord to enter the prison, which he's allowed to do. He goes in there and he goes to like the place that has like the most messed up criminals and he busts them all out. And he's like, "Hey, I just gave you freedom. Follow me." And they're all like, "Yeah, all right." They're all like, "All right, yeah, you seem like you're a bad dude. Let's do this." So he ends up getting like these powerful pirates on his side, right? Anyway, the war for Ace is playing out. The government and the warlords are fighting Whitebeard, one of the emperors of the sea, right? And Luffy. And Luffy makes his way up to the top. He actually saves Ace. He does the absolute impossible, right? And he saves Ace, and Ace can't believe this. He's like, "What? You're insane." They end up getting out of here, or almost. They get away from the platform. Um, One of the Navy admirals taunts Ace, right? Calls Whitebeard like a little bitch. And Ace is like, "I know you just didn't say that about Whitebeard, right?" And he goes to like fight him. But instead of fighting him, this admiral goes to take a shot at Luffy and kill him, right? And it's in this moment that Ace jumps in the way. He takes the hit and Ace dies. Ace dies saving Luffy after Luffy saved Ace. This is a crushing moment for Luffy. In fact, he goes catatonic in this moment because he cannot compute with reality. While that is happening, and everyone has been weakened by the state of this war, Blackbeard shows up. And you asked if there was anything else that was important. Nick, I think this is. Blackbeard shows up, and turns out he was counting on this to happen. Not necessarily that Luffy would be here or anything. He was counting on Whitebeard being here. He was counting on Whitebeard being weakened. Because he comes over to Whitebeard. Whitebeard's extremely powerful. He's known as the strongest man in the world. He has the quake fruit, and it's known as the fruit that could destroy the world. He's never used it in this way. Yeah, that caught your attention, didn't it? He's never used it in this way, but like when we see him use his earthquake powers, it looks insanely powerful. Okay. Whitebeard, or Blackbeard goes to basically like snuff out Whitebeard while he's weakened, right? Like a coward. Like a coward. And long story short, he succeeds. Whitebeard dies. Whitebeard dies on his feet like a goddamn man. Like literally, he dies standing like a man. And before he dies, he says something that changes the game for the world government and the world. He yells at the top of his lungs. This whole moment is being broadcast by the world government, by the way, because they presumed that they wanted to kill the son of Gold Roger in front of the world. This ends up being a huge mistake. Whitebeard yells in his dying breath, "The One Piece. The One Piece is real." And this sets off like another like wave of the pirate era, right? As they were getting ready to snuff out the son of the king of the pirates, the man who started the Great Pirate Era, Whitebeard, a pirate emperor, a friend of Gold Roger, declares it real. Go find it, right? Last important thing that happens here. Blackbeard throws a curtain over Whitebeard, and he goes under the curtain. We have no idea what he did. But when he comes back out, it is revealed that Blackbeard now has the power of 2 devil fruits. Somehow, yeah, somehow he has consumed the quake fruit, which again should be impossible. You die if you eat a second fruit, supposedly.
I don't even know
He
where to
comes out
write
with
this
his second
note.
power.
This is ridiculous. I don't even know where to write this. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. This was a crazy moment. So Blackbeard gets a second devil fruit power, and it's the power that can destroy the world. Also, I should have mentioned, Blackbeard has like a huge fascination with history. He seems to know a lot more about the ancient world than he's let on. Anyway, Whitebeard's dead. Blackbeard on top. He's acting like a boss. Shanks shows up at this war, and Shanks like, "Yo, this war is over. Everyone like back down." And like because like everyone's like weakened at this point, and like how powerful Shanks is, everyone's like, "Oh my god, yeah, fine." Blackbeard escapes. He ends up becoming one of the 4 emperors, taking Whitebeard's position. And supposedly he's going to use this position to get himself closer to whatever the One Piece is. I believe that's the last big thing. For whatever reason, Teach or not Teach, yeah, Teach. Teach wanted this devil fruit. He really wanted the Quake fruit, and he really wants the darkness fruit. We don't know why exactly, but like it plays into the One Piece. We just don't know why.
Oh, this
I
is
think that's the
crazy.
last big detail I had to tell you.
I'm exhausted. This is unbelievable. Have the four
That was
current
crazy, right?
emperors have the four current emperors been in the same place at the same time recently?
I don't think so.
Because
No, that has not
at the
happened.
very where we were just talking about right here, right before the time skip, we had Shanks, Blackbeard, and Luffy. Although Blackbeard wasn't technically an emperor just yet, but they were all there.
Luffy wasn't an emperor at the time either. The four
Okay.
original emperors were Shanks, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. But in the New World, in the post time skip, we end up beating Kaido and Big Mom. It's an epic moment, so cool. Um, and that's how Buggy and Luffy end up becoming pirate emperors.
Interesting that Shanks is the only one left of the original.
Yeah, yeah. It's a little foreboding, isn't it? Makes you a little nervous for Shanks.
Yeah, I'm a little bit. All right. What about post time skip? Is there anything that you want to discuss real quick?
I will avoid talking about the narrative for half an hour like I just did. I don't think so, Nick. I would say like, it's at this point that we become aware of the road poneglyphs, right? Um, we know that giants, for some reason, play. Oh, there's one more thing. Oh, okay. One last thing. One last thing. Okay, this is okay. Okay. Yeah, Nick, you're gonna hate this. You're gonna hate this. Okay.
This is
As I mentioned,
unbelievable that you've just talked about this for 4.5 hours and explained all these things, and I have all of these notes. And we are not even close to finding the One Piece. This is unbelievable.
And there's still so much I haven't talked about.
This is crazy, dude.
This is the most important post time skip thing. I believe. Okay, so I mentioned that there were 5 elders, right?
Sure.
Sure. All right, 5 elders. The 5 elders of the world government, right? They all go to they all go to a throne room. It is I think it's called the kingless throne, or like the throneless room. I forget exactly, but it's a throne that is symbolically nobody sits on it.
Okay.
There's like a sword. There's a sword here from like every country, and all of them are under the understanding that it is the world government, and that throne represents that there is no one single ruler, right? Well, as the 5 elders are in the room, all of a sudden, a silhouette, shows up and sits on the freaking throne.
Huh.
Turns out there is a secret ruler, a puppeteer, if you will, that the elders are subordinate to. The world does not know that this person exists. However, we know them as Emu. Emu has existed since at least the Void Century. We know that. And Emu is probably responsible not only for knowing what like the One Piece is, but probably responsible for the state of the world and why it is the way that it is, right? We don't know what Emu's powers are. We know that Emu, whatever it is, Emu is demonic. There are demons in One Piece, and he appears to be, or they. I don't know if we know Emu's a boy or a girl. We're not sure. I think it's presumed that they are a man, but it could be a girl.
And this is who we think is the silhouette on the throne.
Yeah, well, we know that it's Emu. We just don't know what they look like. They're always every time we see them, they're always a silhouette. And they do appear to have some sort of demonic powers, like literally demon powers. Anyway, after this is so wild. This is such a big drop. After this moment of finding out that there is a secret ruler, right, who's been waiting in the shadows, the camera follows them as they leave after talking to the elders. They leave, right, and they go into another chamber. And when they open the chamber, oh yeah, I forgot. They were also looking at wanted posters, specifically of Luffy. They were looking at Luffy's wanted poster. They were looking at Teach's wanted poster, and then also this mermaid princess, who is one of the ancient weapons. We learned that she is one of the ancient weapons, right? So he's looking at the three of their wanted posters, right? Later, he leaves. He goes to a chamber. He opens the chamber. It's this frozen chamber. It's a bunch of ice. He opens it up, and it looks like he opens it up, and he sees inside the chamber is a giant straw hat, a huge straw hat. And Emu just looks at it and says, Joy Boy. And like that's where it ends. And like we don't know what the heck that was about. um we don't know. Maybe Joy Boy was a giant. We don't know. We've seen silhouettes of Joy Boy in the past. He doesn't look like a giant, but we have seen the hat. So we know that the hat. That's how we know that Joy Boy had the hat, right? But we don't know what's with the giant straw hat. We have no idea what that was. But giants appear to be important. They keep coming up. Giants keep coming up in this story for whatever reason. And like that's one of the big things, like that the reveal of that giant straw hat. So yeah, I think that's the most important thing that we have learned, other than the Great Flood in the post time skip, and of course Nika.
Woo-wee! Joe,
You still with me, Nick?
I am barely hanging on. This was, I mean, we got to be coming to the end here of our stream.
Yeah, yeah.
I think what have
It
you
has been a
not
time.
mentioned? What have you not mentioned that maybe you would have liked to? You don't have to talk about it in detail, but you
Yeah,
can just
yeah.
revel off things that you want, or if you want, you can just go to what your predictions are for what happens next.
Oh, for the One Piece?
Yeah.
Um, I honestly don't know, Nick. I think Oda's created a pretty great mystery here. I've heard a lot of good ideas as to like what the One Piece could be. Their ideas that one of my favorites is so when Gold Roger died, he said, "I left everything in that place," right? Um, so he died in Logtown, right? Um, which is on one part of it's near Reverse Mountain. It's near the Red Line, right? However, on the other side is Lodestar Island, and Lodestar Island is the island you get to before you go to the final island, right? Final island being called Laugh Tale. It's called Laugh Tale because Roger laughed. Um, when he died, because of like the language of that Oda used, he said that place, but apparently like there's a couple different ways in Japanese that you can write that place. And apparently like the way that he wrote it as if the word that he used for that place is if I guess like the way that it works is like you'd either be talking about that place, like a place from like the distant past, right? Oh, that place. Or there's a very specific way of saying that place in front of me, that place, right? So the theory is that you get to Lodestar Island or you get to the final island only to find out that the One Piece is in Logtown, where it all began. And like when and that's why he laughed because he went through all of that just to find out that it was at the beginning. Mind you, Logtown is also known as the place of beginnings and endings. The reason why it's called that is because that's where you start your journey for the Grand Line. It's also where Gold Roger died, so it was his ending, right? The place of beginnings and endings. But Oda loves double meanings, so this sort of maybe makes sense with like the joke part, like the laugh part. Like he laughed because I had to go all it was all the way in the beginning. So when he says like I left it all in that place, like he's looking at it, like he's looking at the place. like he sees it. Like I left it all right there, guys. Um that's an idea that I've heard thrown around. I love that idea. I think it's I doubt it's completely right. It sounds like it has like breadcrumbs of the correct idea. But it's very fun. It feels very Oda to do something like that. Um, my favorite theory I think I've ever heard is what does the D stand for? I freaking love this idea. Some people think it stands for devil, for like the devil fruit, right? And the world government keeps labeling everyone who's their enemy a devil. It would make sense. Some people think it stands for dreamer, right? Which would fit into the theme of the story. My favorite theory is that it's not a D. It's not a D at all, and it's just been misinterpreted for years. Um, and that it's actually half of a moon. And the reason why people think that is because the sun and the moon keep coming up in the story, like the sun god thing. Um, like there, it just keeps coming up everywhere. So it is believed that maybe the D clan were part of a moon clan, and there was some kind of divide at one point, right? Um, and they split up. But the D stands for like the one piece that would bring them together, right? I freaking love that idea. I think like I think that's an idea that is a little incomplete. I think it's missing something, the One Piece. Um, um, but that to me feels like an Oda thing, that the D is not a D at all. I love that idea. I hope that that's true.
That's very interesting because the D, it's because like not every character has that, right? So there's only a
Very
handful. So
specific characters.
it's very
Yeah.
it's
And
very
they appear to
interesting.
go back to the Void Century.
Yeah, that's clearly very important. So that's a huge like checkbox on the side of like we need these things answered to help us like actually figure it out. So like
Yes.
that seems pretty important. I think my takeaways are honestly like destroying the red line, huge possibility.
Yes.
I like your thoughts on the laugh tail on the that theory of like the beginning is the end. That's very
Right. Yeah.
very Oda. It sounds like based on everything you've just told me. Um, need to know what the D means. Obviously, that seems pretty obvious too.
That's a big one. Yeah,
And then
big
really the
one.
void is like, answer the question of what happened during the void century, and you probably get many answers.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
assuming all of these things probably get answered by finding the One Piece, which I am
Let me
sad to
ask you something.
say,
Let me. This is what I was going to ask you. Go ahead.
I don't think I found it during this 4.5 hour live.
But let me
Um,
ask you this: do you think it's real? Because you didn't even think it was real at one point.
I do think it's real based on the
I'll take that
evidence
as a win.
and everything you've talked about, and the Oda specifying that it's not a journey, it's not friendship. That also implies
Mhm.
that like it's not some like phantom thing that you can't grasp,
Right.
right? It implies that
Yeah.
it's something that you can like at least touch, right? So like maybe the One Piece is like a manifesto on how, like maybe it's like a manifesto that answers all of the questions that we have about what is the Void Century, what does the D mean in the names, and how do you destroy the red line. Like the One Piece is the directions for solving all of these questions, and then those questions essentially have an outcome that we do not know, but the outcome is most likely that the demon world government is no more, I would imagine, right? As I think
I would
obviously like
imagine.
the ending is like the people get back their world basically away from the like demon government that is like ruling them,
Yes.
right? So that's most likely the
Say
outcome
so.
if they're successful, because nothing telling us that they actually have to be successful. So who knows?
Well, that's the thing. Like there's so many variables at play here that like we're still not even really clear at like what the final end game here is.
Right.
Like we don't know who the final villain is. We don't know if it's Emu. We don't know if it's Blackbeard. It feels like it's Blackbeard because like he's been painted for so long as
Yeah.
this guy who's just like Luffy's like moral opposite.
Yeah, but it's like so strange because like if Blackbeard's the one that actually finds it instead of Luffy or someone else, but if the end game is that the world government is shut down, then like it doesn't matter who finds it, right? Because that's a win for both of those people.
It
So
might. Because like keep in mind that like that even though Blackbeard believes in dreams, like keep in mind that like Oda like very clearly like painted out that like they are two sides of the same coin, right? Like for all the like the freedom of adventure that like Luffy stands for, like Blackbeard is I should have mentioned this in the very beginning. Oda painted two kinds of pirates. There are the pirates who love adventure, and they romance adventure, and that's the Luffy kind of pirate, right? But then there's the other pirate, the pirate that exists to live in a lawless land, and
okay.
take advantage of others, and bring pain wherever they presume because that's their kind of freedom. right?
Got it.
It's two different kinds of freedom.
Got
And
it.
I think those are the two different kinds of worlds we can end up with depending on who gets the One Piece.
So then it is important who finds it. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Man.
Yeah, they will dictate the shape of the world.
All right. Joe, final thoughts.
If you haven't watched or read One Piece, I highly recommend it. The live action is going strong right now. It's a good time. And maybe that's a good place for anyone to start. I will recommend reading One Piece. Hell, if you don't want to read it, watch the anime. There's a shortened version of it called One Piece that fans have edited, so it is a more streamlined anime experience. However you choose to digest it, I highly recommend it. Just because, as I mentioned earlier, the idea that One Piece exists, that it's this 25-year-long story with this huge mystery. No story has ever been told like this ever. And after One Piece, I don't think any story will ever be told like this again. It just there's so many like marketing reasons as to why that is the case, and One Piece is just lucky that it gets to exist in this current time, right? And when that moment does come out, when we get to find out what the One Piece is, that's going to be a really interesting day on the internet. And I look forward to that. I think that's going to be a crazy day. That's going to be a crazy day that I hope many people get to be part of. So yeah, join in.
Pages and pages of notes that have not helped me find the One Piece.
You look like Charlie Day.
It's always sunny, just like, yeah, that's how I feel. This is insane. I had a lot of fun. That was awesome. Please let us know in the comments, like, what other questions you have, what your thoughts are, where you think the One Piece, what you think it is, what you think is going to happen. Let us know your thoughts. We might have to do another one like this again because we didn't even get to like so much stuff that Joe wanted to talk about.
We didn't cover half the story.
Unbelievable. Anyway, thank you for listening. Follow us on YouTube. Hit the subscribe button. Give us a like, please, if you enjoyed this. And until next time,
may the review be with you.
Peace.